Chapter 2851. Killing Tianhong. The elder from the Tianhong Saint Sons sect formed a huge hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. This was not the Kong Xian sect, and he had no qualms about it. Lu Ming had actually dared to come to them. He was simply courting death. Moreover, he was treating them with such a high and mighty attitude. He was simply foolish. He wanted Lu Ming to kneel in front of him and then kill him. He had the cultivation of a third-level celestial deity. Wasn't it almost certain that he would be able to deal with Lu Ming? Stop! At that moment, Ouyang Qingxiang and the rest had also arrived. She shouted and was about to help Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was faster than her. Buzz! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he swept the spear out. A huge spear light burst out and hit the old man's big hand. Boom! The spear radiance collided with the giant hand. The giant hand shook violently and then shattered. The spear radiance did not stop and continued to press down on the old man. The old man was shocked. He had never expected that a large hand condensed from divine power with his third-level celestial deity cultivation base would actually be destroyed by Lu Ming's spear. Mountain-crushing hand. The old man bellowed in anger. He unleashed all his divine energy and performed a divine skill. He struck out a few times in a row and a huge palm print was sent flying towards Lu Ming. It only managed to block Lu Ming's attack with a violent explosion. However, Lu Ming had already launched his second attack. Break the sky! At this moment, Lu Ming had already activated his fourfold combat strength and cast the 3 apocalyptic strikes. A dazzling spear ray burst out and attacked the old man. Buzz! The spear's radiance was as dazzling as a meteor from outer space. It pierced through all of the old man's defenses and then went through his body, nailing him to the ground. The old man didn't die. He was nailed to the ground by the long spear. He let out a miserable and terrified scream. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He went all out but was not Lu Ming's match and was crushed by Lu Ming. Had Lu Ming's abilities already reached this level? The others, including Ouyang Qingxiang and the others, were also stunned. They clearly did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. This scene had exceeded their expectations. However, Ouyang Qingxiang reacted quickly. Her figure flashed and she stood on the mountain peak. A powerful aura emanated from her and pressed down on the other people from the Great Hong sect, causing them to not dare to move. The highest cultivation level among them was only at the 4th level celestial deity realm. They were not Ouyang Qingxiang's match at all. Speak, Tianhong, where is he? Lu Ming asked coldly. The saint has already returned to the Kong Xian sect. The old man said with a pale face. I went back first. Very good, he'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. No, the old man roared and wanted to struggle. However, Lu Ming shook his spear and a terrifying energy burst out from his body. Bang! The old man's body was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. The rest of the people from the Great Hong sect turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them too. Get lost! Lu Ming waved his hand, put away the long spear, and shouted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Those people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They nodded and bowed before running away in a sorry state. Let's go back to the Kong Xian sect. Lu Ming said. With that, his figure soared into the sky. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others looked at each other before following Lu Ming and soaring into the sky. At a high altitude, Lu Ming took out the Starry Sky warship. Everyone boarded the Starry Sky warship and flew to another planet with a teleportation array. Lu Ming, are you going back to look for Tianhong? Ouyang Qingxiang couldn't help but ask in the starship. Why can't I? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Tianhong is no ordinary person. His combat strength is far beyond ordinary people. He's not that easy to deal with, Ouyang Xianxia explained. Did his cultivation level increase in the past few years? What's your cultivation level now? Lu Ming asked again. He should still be at the 4th level celestial deity realm, but he has already reached the peak of the 4th level celestial deity realm. Ouyang Qingxiang said. Still at the 4th level celestial deity realm. That's easy. Let's go back and kill Tianhong. Lu Ming laughed. Ouyang Qingxiang and the rest looked at each other. They did not know why Lu Ming was so confident. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong earlier, a third-level celestial deity expert was easily crushed by Lu Ming. However, the Tianhong Saint's son wasn't an ordinary person. If he wanted to kill a third-level heavenly god, one move would be enough. Not long after, they arrived at a planet near the ancient god star. Then, they took the teleportation formation and rushed back to the Kong-Xian sect. As soon as he returned to the Kong-Xian sect, Lu Ming rushed to the residence of the Tianhong Saint's son. Like Ouyang Xianxia, the Tianhong Saint's son lived on a huge mountain peak with many grand and gorgeous palaces. Many people from the Tianhong Saint's son's faction were stationed on the mountain. Who is it? The people from the Tianhong Saint's son's sect discovered Lu Ming and the rest as soon as they approached. It's Lu Ming and Holy Maiden Qingxiang. Then, the group of people recognized Lu Ming and the rest. Where's Tianhong? Get him out here. Lu Ming stood in the sky and shouted. Lu Ming, how dare you? One of the people from the Tianhong Saint's son's faction was furious. You're too noisy. Tianhong, come out and die. Lu Ming's loud roar was like a thunderclap. His rumbling voice reverberated in the area. That is, Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually provoked the saint directly. He's really looking for death. He's simply tired of living. Lu Ming's voice alarmed the other people from the Tianhong Saint's son's sect. Many people flew out from the buildings and stared at Lu Ming with ill intentions. Many people mocked him. Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A young man stepped out of a luxurious palace and stood high in the sky, emitting a cold killing intent. The Tianhong Saint's son had appeared. Tianhong, you're here indeed. Very good. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. You didn't die even in that kind of environment. I have to admire your luck. Now, why are you looking for me? The Tianhong Saint's son sneered. He then glanced at Hai, Lu Chang, and the others. Oh, right, I killed one of your men before. You're not here to seek revenge for him, are you? Ha! The Tianhong Saint's son laughed exaggeratedly. I'm now officially challenging you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming spoke word by word, his voice spreading far and wide. The entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge the Tianhong Saint's son for a life and death battle? Many people thought they had heard wrong. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? He was only at the true god realm. He had only become the saint because the sect master had made an exception and promoted him. Now, he was actually going to challenge the Tianhong Saint's son to a life and death battle? A true god realm? Lu Ming, don't be rash. Ouyang Qingxiang quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. At the same time, Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng, and Hai, and the others also sent Lu Ming a voice transmission, advising him not to be rash. Chapter 2852 Decisive Battle against Tianhong. Ouyang Xianxiang, Yu Linglong, and the others all thought that Lu Ming had challenged the Tianhong Saint's son in a fit of rage because Zhao Feng had been killed. And Hai and Lu Chang were greatly touched. How could they not be touched when he treated a subordinate like this? He secretly swore in his heart that he would do his best for Lu Ming. All right, I promise you. The Tianhong Saint's son himself was stunned for a moment before he responded loudly. What a joke! How could he miss such a good opportunity to kill Lu Ming? He immediately agreed, afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his word. All right. Lu Ming nodded and took out a piece of paper. He forced out a wisp of blood and wrote the words life and death duel on the paper. He then signed his name on it. With a wave of his hand, the letter of life and death duel flew toward the Tianhong Saint's son. The Tianhong Saint's son took it and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming's decisiveness and calmness made him uneasy. No matter what, he's at the true god realm. He's only been here for 100 years. How strong can he be? I'm overthinking. The Tianhong Saint's son shook his head to get rid of the uneasiness in his heart. Then he also forced out a bit of blood and signed his name on the life and death duel. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the life and death duel letter. Tianhong, 3 days later, on the life and death battle stage, The first move, life and death. Having said that, Lu Ming turned around and left. Ouyang Qingxiang and the rest followed Lu Ming and left. Lu Ming, are you confident? Ouyang Qingxiang sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming in a low voice. 80%. Lu Ming answered. Ouyang Qingxiang's beautiful eyes flickered. She was shocked that Lu Ming was 80% confident that he could defeat the Tianhong Saint Sun. He could tell that Lu Ming must have had a fortuitous encounter and his cultivation had already reached the 8th tier of True God. However, there was still a huge gap between an 8th tier True God and the Tianhong Saint Sun. Could Lu Ming really cross such a huge gap and fight the Tianhong Saint Sun? Ouyang Qingxiang and the others had looks of anticipation in their eyes. Lu Ming, I'll kill you in 3 days. The Tianhong Saint Sun waved his sleeves and returned to the palace. Not long after, the news of the life and death battle between Lu Ming and the Tianhong Saint Sun spread like wildfire throughout the entire Kongxian sect. The entire Kongxian sect was shaken, and a huge commotion was set off. Upon hearing this news, countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming is going to have a life and death battle with the Tianhong Saint Sun? Is that true? He doesn't want to live anymore? It must be true. The life and death duel has been signed. Well, fight in 3 days. Lu Ming must be crazy. Isn't he seeking his own death? Who knows? Let's just wait and see in 3 days. The Kongxian sect's 8 holy sons and holy virgins will probably return to 7 soon. Many people were discussing in shock, but the public opinion was almost one-sided. They felt that Lu Ming was overestimating his ability. A few decades ago, when the sect master had just conferred Lu Ming the title of saint, Lu Ming had displayed his combat abilities. At that time, he could only fight with an expert on the real god ranking list. How far was the real god ranking list from the fighting power of the Tianhong Saint Sun? Many people couldn't cross it in their entire lives, let alone decades. The Kongxian sect, the experts of the various sects, the holy sons and holy virgins had all returned from the ancient god star and were all paying attention to this matter. Many elders even came out of seclusion to pay attention to the battle between the saints. Just like that, 3 days passed by in a flash. 3 days later, the life and death battle stage of the Kongxian sect was surrounded by people. The outer sect disciples, deacons, and elders of the Kongxian sect. There were more than 100,000 inner disciples, inner deacons, and inner elders. There was a sea of people, all here to watch this great battle. This life and death battle was of great significance. One of the saints was destined to fall. If the Tianhong Saint Sun won and killed Lu Ming, the situation in the Kongxian sect would return to the past, where there were 5 saint sons and 2 saintesses. Once Lu Ming won, the situation in Kongxian sect would change drastically. Lu Ming would rise to power and many people would join his faction. He would suppress the other holy sons and holy virgins and even compete with the supreme holy sun. Not only these people, but almost all the other holy sons and holy virgins had come, but they were hiding in the dark. Who do you think will win, Tianhong or Lu Ming? Holy Sun Jixia asked the other holy sons and holy virgins. That goes without saying. It's definitely Tianhong. More than 50 years ago, Tianhong and I went to stop him in the world of ancient gods, but he didn't even dare to let out a fart. He only managed to survive with Ouyang Qingxiang's help. Do you think he can fight Tianhong? I guess he had some fortuitous encounter in the world of ancient gods, and his strength has improved, so he is full of confidence. Just wait for death. The sacred sun sneered. The other holy sons and holy virgins looked thoughtful. The Tianhong Saint Sun is here. Someone shouted. Then, everyone saw a group of people walking through the air. The person in the lead was the Tianhong Saint Sun. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked mighty and domineering. A group of experts followed behind him. Many of them were inner court elder-level experts. A vast pressure spread out and it was awe-inspiring. The Tianhong Saint Sun took the lead and landed on the life and death battle stage. Lu Ming is here. Someone shouted again. In another direction, Lu Ming came with An Hai and Lu Chang. Compared to the Tianhong Saint Sun, the scene was much more awkward. A saint only has 2 subordinates. That's funny. When he's killed by the Tianhong Saint Sun, he'll only have 2 subordinates. That'll be a new record for the Kong Xian sect. Ha! Some people who had a grudge against Lu Ming mocked him. Lu Ming had a cold smile on his face. Let's see if these people can still laugh after a while. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you really have the guts to come. Very good, very good. The Tianhong Saint Sun glared at Lu Ming with a dark look. It's very good. Cut the crap and make your move. Lu Ming sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Tianhong Saint Sun's eyes turned ferocious. His body began to swell. He was covered in scales and turned into a dragon man. Great Sun Dragon Claw Hand. The Tianhong Saint Sun shouted. He took a step forward and swept toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. His claws were no different from a dragon's claws as he kept trying to grab Lu Ming. This was a terrifying divine technique that had been cultivated by the Tianhong Saint Sun to the 6th level. With the Tianhong Saint Sun's 4th level celestial deity cultivation and the support of his sacred grade divine power, it was terrifyingly powerful. It could tear apart a mountain range that was millions of miles long. If the life and death battle stage had not been reinforced with a powerful array, it would not have been able to withstand the attack of the Tianhong Saint Sun. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from within Lu Ming's body. The battle symbol art quadrupled his combat power. Lu Ming activated it. At the same time, 6 divine flames burned fiercely, providing him with strong divine power. 9-layer crimson gold armor, 3 world-destroying strikes. In an instant, Lu Ming cast 2 types of divine skills. Chapter 2854 Dermic Dao Battle. Lu Ming cast 2 divine skills, the 9-fold golden armor and the 3 apocalyptic strikes. One was to protect the body, while the other was to attack. Bush, bush, bush. Lu Ming thrust his long spear more than 10 times in a row. In an instant, more than a dozen spear lights appeared in the sky like meteors, heading toward the Tianhong Saint Sun. Buzz, buzz, bush. The spear radiance collided with the Tianhong Saint Sun's dragon claw. There was a series of clashing sounds and sparks flew. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves. Bang, bang. Following that, a figure retreated rapidly, taking more than a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. The figure was Lu Ming. Lu Ming has retreated. He's no match for them. That's scary. Lu Ming actually managed to block the Tianhong Saint Sun's attack. Even if he retreated, his strength is still shocking. This scene still shocked many people. They were not surprised that Lu Ming had retreated, but that he had blocked the Tianhong Saint Sun's attack. Many people had imagined that Lu Ming would be killed by the Tianhong Saint Sun in seconds. No wonder Lu Ming dared to challenge the Tianhong Saint Sun and have a deathmatch with him. He's so powerful. However, he's still too confident and underestimated the Tianhong Saint Sun. I don't think the Tianhong Saint has used his full strength yet. That's right, the result is already decided. Some of the inner court elders nodded their heads as they evaluated. Lu Ming, is this your ability? You've indeed improved a lot, but you still have to die. Kill. The Tianhong Saint Sun shouted coldly and launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. The dragon claws on his hands and even the sharp claws on his legs attacked Lu Ming in succession. Break the air, break the air. Lu Ming kept performing the sky-breaking move. Beams of spear radiance burst out and stabbed at the Tianhong Saint Sun. At the same time, the 9 ice chains flew out like 9 long snakes. They emitted a shocking coldness and wrapped around the Tianhong Saint Sun. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced to the 8th stage True God realm, the power of the ice shackles would naturally be stronger. The 9th ice chain, in particular, had a shockingly low temperature. Even the Tianhong Saint Sun was rather wary of it. He had to avoid the 9th ice chain carefully and did not dare to face it head-on. Every time they clashed, a terrifying coldness would enter his body and try to freeze his divine power and blood. Dragon Wing Slash. The Great Sun Dragon Claw Hand wasn't the only divine skill that the Tianhong Saint Sun had cultivated. He used another divine skill, Dragon Wing Slash. A pair of wings extended from his back and slashed at Lu Ming like two heavenly blades. This divine skill was both a speed-type divine skill and an attack-type divine skill. It was extremely profound. The power of such a skill, combined with the great Sun Dragon Claw hand of the Tianhong Saint Sun, was even more shocking. A saint-level figure was indeed powerful. Buzz. Lu Ming performed the 9 heavenly Kuan Peng technique. He dodged and fought with the Tianhong Saint Sun at the same time. For a moment, he was at a complete disadvantage. However, Lu Ming's divine skills, the ice chains, and the divine power that was constantly flowing out of the quantity formula put the Tianhong Saint Sun at a disadvantage for the time being. However, it would not be easy for the Tianhong Saint Sun to defeat Lu Ming. Both parties exchanged dozens of moves in a row. Lu Ming was in a precarious situation, but he was blocked by him. Lu Ming did not use his ancient god body at once. First, he wanted to see how strong a saint-level figure was. Second, he wanted to use the Tianhong Saint Sun to train his own divine skills. Obviously, the Tianhong Saint Sun had also seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. "Kid, you actually want to use me to hone your divine skills? Go to hell, divine dragon materialization art." The Tianhong Saint Sun roared and finally used his secret skill. A 7-clawed divine dragon appeared above the Tianhong Saint Sun's head. It was 10,000 meters long. 7 claws. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. In the past, the Tianhong Saint Sun's divine dragon phenomenon could only form a 6-clawed divine dragon. Now, he could form a 7-clawed divine dragon. One had to admit that the Tianhong Saint Sun was very talented. He had cultivated the divine dragon materialization technique, but it was incomplete. However, he had managed to cultivate the 7-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. "Tear him apart, die!" the Tianhong Saint Sun shouted. He controlled the divine dragon Dharma Laksana and charged at Lu Ming. "Do you think you're the only one who has the divine dragon phenomenon? Come out!" "Divine dragon!" Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. A divine dragon image also appeared above his head. However, it was a 9-clawed divine dragon. Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to know the divine dragon materialization technique, and the divine dragon he condensed was a 9-clawed divine dragon.
What?
The 9-clawed divine dragon roared and pounced at the Tianhong Saint Sun's 7-clawed divine dragon. The two divine dragons wrestled in the air. However, Lu Ming's 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma form was at a slight disadvantage. Although the power of the divine dragon phenomenon was related to the divine dragon's level, and the more dragon claws there were, the more powerful it was, it also had a lot to do with one's cultivation. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the divine dragon phenomenon would be. A divine king could easily crush a 9-clawed divine dragon Dharma power formed by a divine realm expert, even if it was just a 5-clawed divine dragon Dharma power. The logic was the same. Although Lu Ming's divine dragon Dharma power was a 9-clawed divine dragon, his cultivation base was far weaker than the Tianhong Saint Sun's. Therefore, in the battle between Dharma powers, his divine dragon Dharma power was at a disadvantage. So, what if you've condensed a 9-clawed divine dragon? You're still not my match. Just wait for your death. The Tianhong Saint Sun roared, but he was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He had cultivated for a long time, given his all, and spent God knows how much effort to condense the 7-clawed divine dragon phenomenon. On the other hand, Lu Ming had condensed a 9-clawed divine dragon phenomenon not long after he obtained the divine dragon phenomenon art. It would be strange if he was not jealous. As long as I kill him, the complete divine dragon materialization technique will be mine. He'll be able to condense the complete 9-clawed divine dragon materialization sooner or later. The Tianhong Saint Sun's eyes were filled with greed. He attacked Lu Ming with all his might. Lu Ming was in a precarious situation. "Tianhong, it seems like you've used all your strength. However, I'm still far from using my full strength." Lu Ming's mocking voice was heard. "What?" Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's ability was far from being fully unleashed? "You're bragging, right?" It was already beyond everyone's expectations that Lu Ming could fight with the Tianhong Saint Sun until now. Was there still more strength that he had not used? I don't believe it. Most people didn't believe it at first. Don't even think about messing up my state of mind with just a few words of yours. The Tianhong Saint's son said coldly. He did not believe that Lu Ming had yet to unleash his full strength. He thought that Lu Ming was trying to trick him and disturb his state of mind so that he would have some scruples and could not unleash his full strength. In fact, most people thought the same. You're too naive to think that you can use this method to deal with Tianhong. Indeed, it's child's play. The holy sons Xia and Fu Guang sneered, but the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. Chapter 2854 Killing Tianhong. Tianhong, open your dog eyes wide and see what it means to be a frog in a well. Lu Ming's indifferent voice spread throughout the entire venue. Then, a powerful aura burst out of his body. Then, his body swelled up rapidly and became bigger and bigger. Finally, he became 100 meters tall. His body was covered in green scales, as if an ancient god had appeared. Ancient god body. Lu Ming had finally used his ancient god body. After transforming into the ancient god body, Lu Ming's strength increased dramatically. He felt as if he had endless power. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear swept out. It was as huge as a mountain range, and it pressed down on the Tianhong Saint's son. Thump. The Tianhong Saint's son's dragon wing slash hit the spear radiance, creating a deafening boom. Terrifying shock waves spread out of the battle platform and in all directions. Buzz. Then, a figure stepped on the void and retreated. This time, it was the Tianhong Saint's son who was retreating instead of Lu Ming. This is the body of the ancient god. My god, it's the ancient god body. Lu Ming has also condensed the ancient god's body. He must have had a great encounter in the ancient god world. It's terrifying. It's too terrifying. As far as I know, only the divine sons of the unique Devil Academy and the indestructible Sword Sect, as well as the two peerless geniuses of the Ice Soul Clan and the Red Flame Clan, have obtained great opportunities in the ancient god world and cultivated the ancient god body. I didn't expect that Lu Ming has also cultivated the ancient god body. Furthermore, his scales are green. That's the 4th level of the ancient god body. It's terrifying. This is Lu Ming's trump card. Unbelievable. This battle is going to be a mystery. Lu Ming had used his ancient god body, causing an uproar at the scene. Many of them had entered the world of ancient gods and knew about the ancient god body. They were even more shocked. He hadn't expected that, aside from the 4 geniuses, there would also be someone else from the Kongxian sect who had obtained an ancient god body. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were the feelings of most people. Ancient god body. The Tianhong Saint's son was also extremely shocked. I'll use it to kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. He held his spear and charged at the Tianhong Saint's son. So what if you have the ancient god body? You still have to die, kill. The Tianhong Saint's son roared madly and unleashed all his strength. The 7-clawed divine dragon roared into the sky and finally gained the upper hand. It tore apart the 9-clawed divine dragon that Lu Ming had condensed and pounced at him. At the same time, the Tianhong Saint's son used the Great Sun Dragon Claw hand and the Dragon Wing slash to attack Lu Ming. Break the sky. Moon slaying. Lu Ming waved his long spear and used the 3 apocalyptic strikes in a row to fight the Tianhong Saint's son. Before Lu Ming had used his ancient god body, he had been at a complete disadvantage against the Tianhong Saint's son. However, when Lu Ming used his ancient god body, his combat strength skyrocketed, and he suppressed the Tianhong Saint's son. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them kept clashing in the fighting ring. Every time they clashed, the Tianhong Saint's son would stagger backward. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. One had to admit that the Tianhong Saint's son's combat strength was extremely strong. If it were an ordinary 4th-tier celestial god, Lu Ming would have been crushed and killed in one move when he unleashed his ancient god body. However, the Tianhong Saint's son was able to fight fiercely with Lu Ming, which showed his strength. However, Lu Ming was still stronger. Ice Chains, Divine Dragon Phenomenon. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming used 2 secret skills, the Ice Chain and the Divine Dragon Materialization Technique, to interfere with the Tianhong Saint Sun. The Tianhong Saint Sun was already no match for him. Now, he was even less of a match. Bang! He was caught by Lu Ming's 9-clawed divine dragon phenomenon in a moment of carelessness. The dragon claws almost pierced through his body and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as a bloody wound appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Then, Lu Ming's spear swept across the Tianhong Saint Sun. Bang! Gotcha! The Tianhong Saint Sun's body made cracking sounds. Many of his bones were broken. He slid for a long distance on the fighting ring. He lay on the ground and spat out blood. He had no more strength to fight. He was defeated. The Tianhong Saint Sun had been defeated. Everyone was silent as they looked on in a daze. Some people were even dumbfounded. This scene was beyond the expectations of most people. Before the great battle, almost no one thought that Lu Ming could defeat the Tianhong Saint Sun. They all thought that Lu Ming was seeking his own death. Who would have thought that this would happen? The 4th-level celestial deity, the Tianhong Saint Sun, was actually defeated by the 8th-level true god, Lu Ming. He was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Bang! Lu Ming landed on the ground and strode toward the Tianhong Saint Sun. His cold killing intent made the Tianhong Saint Sun tremble. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? The Tianhong Saint Sun shouted in fear. What do you want? Of course I'm going to kill you. Do you even need to ask such a naive question? Lu Ming sneered. No, you can't kill me. I'm the saint of the Kong Xian sect. You can't kill a saint randomly. The Tianhong Saint Sun roared. This is a life and death battle. Don't make it sound so laughable. Lu Ming's footsteps did not stop. His killing intent grew colder. Stop. You can't kill the Tianhong Saint Sun. At this moment, someone outside the fighting ring shouted. A powerful aura filled the air and pressed toward Lu Ming, causing him to narrow his eyes. The person who attacked was an inner elder of the Kong Xian sect. He was Ying Tsang's master, a peak heavenly god, and a core figure of the Tianhong sect. Naturally, he could not just watch the Tianhong Saint Sun die at Lu Ming's hands. However, there were people from Ouyang Qingxiang's faction who hoped that the Tianhong Saint Sun would die at Lu Ming's hands. An inner sect elder from Ouyang Qingxiang's faction also released a powerful aura and blocked the aura of Ying Tsang's master. The two saints have signed the letter of challenge to a life and death battle. No one is allowed to interfere, so don't break the rules. The inner court elder from Ouyang Qingxiang's faction said coldly. Ridiculous. Tianhong is a saint. It's so difficult to give birth to a saint. How can he be killed just because of a life and death duel? Ying Tsang's master shouted. The life and death duel is a rule that has been formed in the cultivation world for hundreds of millions of years. How can we change the rules because of him? The inner court elder from Ouyang Qingxiang's faction did not back down. As for Lu Ming, he could not be bothered to waste his breath and attacked directly. Tianhong, rest in peace. Lu Ming said coldly and thrust his long spear at Tianhong. Ah! The Tianhong Saint Sun screamed. You dare to? Ying Tsang's master shouted, but he was blocked and couldn't help. As for the other powerhouses, they just watched coldly from the side. Indeed, after signing the deathmatch agreement, life and death would be decided, and no one had the right to interfere. The long spear pierced through the air, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. The Tianhong Saint Sun tried his best to dodge, but he was too severely injured to do so. The long spear pierced through the Tianhong Saint Sun's forehead. The Tianhong Saint Sun let out an unwilling scream. His eyes widened as his life force was rapidly drained. In the blink of an eye, the Tianhong Saint Sun had lost all signs of life. The Tianhong Saint Sun had fallen. Chapter 2856. One after another. CSISI. Gasps could be heard at the scene. It was a shocking scene to see a saint being killed in front of him. The Tianhong Saint Sun had been in the Kong Xian sect for a long time. He could be said to be a true overlord of the sect. He was a peerless genius and had the potential to rule the sect in the future. However, he had died before the fight for the position of the sect leader had even officially begun. Moreover, he had died at the hands of a new disciple who had only joined the sect for about 100 years. It could be said to be a tragedy. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed the Tianhong Saint Sun's storage ring. Damn it, Ingsong's master roared angrily. He was so furious that he wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Once the Tianhong Saint Sun died, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Initially, he had wanted to help the Tianhong Saint Sun become the sect leader. Once the Tianhong Saint Sun became the sect leader, his status would definitely rise. He would definitely be able to suppress the other inner elders in the Kongxian sect. But now, everything was ruined. Lu Ming, just you wait, Ingsong's master growled in his heart. Then he looked at the other people from the Tianhong sect and said, "Let's go, take the saint's corpse, let's go." However, no one moved. The eyes of the people from the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction flickered. Now that the Tianhong Saint Sun was dead, there was no need for their faction to exist anymore. They would definitely fall apart. Since they were going to split up, they had to choose other backers. Lu Ming had killed the Tianhong Saint Sun. His talent was shocking. Among the other Saint Suns and Saintesses, the only one who could compete with Lu Ming was the Supreme Saint Sun. Given Lu Ming's talent, his chances of becoming the sect leader in the future were very high. This made many people in the Tianhong sect plan in their hearts. Some of them were even considering whether they should join Lu Ming. What are you guys trying to do? Ingsong's master was an elementalist. He glared at those people with anger. Those people avoided the elementalist's gaze and did not look him in the eye. Some of them were even unafraid of the elementalist's gaze. After all, the elementalist was not the only inner elder in the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction. Good, you ungrateful things, very good. Die. Ingsong shouted angrily and left with the Tianhong Saint Sun's body. Lu Ming, your talent is unparalleled. There's no one like you in Kongxian sect since ancient times. I'm Hao, and I wish to join the saint and serve him in the future to help him become the sect leader. An elder flew out and bowed to Lu Ming. You're from Tianhong? Lu Ming's gaze swept toward this person. It was in the past, but Tianhong was stubborn. He dared to go against Holy Son Lu Ming. He deserved to die. To be honest, I've admired Holy Son Lu Ming's reputation for a long time and wanted to join him. It's just that Tianhong had been suppressing it, so I didn't join him. Rong Hao revealed a flattering smile. Many people looked at him with disdain. Rong Hao was truly despicable. The Tianhong Saint Sun had just died, and he immediately sought refuge with Lu Ming. He even belittled the Tianhong Saint Sun. However, Lu Ming smiled and did not reject her. He said, "Since you want to join me, then fine, you can follow me from now on." In this situation, there was no need to refuse. If Lu Ming wanted to expand his influence, he would have to accept Rong Hao in public. In that case, there would definitely be more people who would side with Lu Ming, including those from the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction. Many people from the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction had opposed Lu Ming in the past and wanted to join him. Naturally, they had many concerns and were afraid of Lu Ming's revenge. However, their eyes lit up when they saw that Lu Ming had even accepted Rong Hao. Everyone in the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction knew that once the Tianhong Saint Sun died, they would either join other factions or remain neutral. However, in Kongxian sect, there were many major factions. It was not good to be neutral. Since he wanted to seek refuge, he might as well seek refuge with Lu Ming. As expected, many people's eyes lit up. I'm willing to join Holy Son Lu Ming. I'm also willing to follow Holy Son Lu Ming in the future. Many people stood up immediately. They were all from the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction and expressed their willingness to join Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded and accepted them one by one. This moved even more people. Many people who were originally neutral also showed signs of interest. Lu Ming had risen to power and displayed unparalleled talent. Many neutral people were tempted and were considering whether to join Lu Ming's faction. The sacred son snorted. His eyes were extremely cold, but there was a hint of fear in them. He was almost as powerful as the Tianhong Saint Sun. Now that the Tianhong Saint Sun had been killed by Lu Ming, He was probably no match for Lu Ming either. He knew that Lu Ming's rise was unstoppable. The sacred son of reflection turned around and left with a dark face. The other holy sons and holy virgins also glanced at Lu Ming with grave eyes and left one after another. Lu Ming! The supreme holy son's eyes opened and closed, shining with a bright light. In the past, the supreme saint did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. He did not treat Lu Ming as an opponent. However, he felt a strong sense of danger now. The supreme holy son's eyes flickered a few times before he turned around and left. Everyone, the door to my sect is open for all of you. From today onwards, if you wish to join Lu Ming's sect, you can look for An Hai and Lu Chang to register. Lu Ming pointed at An Hai and Lu Chang, his voice reverberating throughout the entire venue. Many people looked at An Hai and Lu Chang with envy. They knew that An Hai and Lu Chang would be highly valued by Lu Ming and become his trusted aides. In the future, they would be able to get whatever they wanted in the Kongxian sect. They were envious. If they had known that this would happen, they would have long sought refuge with Lu Ming. An Hai and Lu Chang were so excited that they were trembling. They were secretly glad that they had long sided with Lu Ming. Although they had gone through some storms before, they had finally made it out. Lu Ming turned around and left after making the announcement. In the next few days, there was a huge commotion in the Kongxian sect. The Tianhong saint's son had fallen, and his faction had collapsed. Lu Ming's faction had risen. It turned out that many experts from the Tianhong saint's son's faction had joined Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not reject anything and accepted them all. In addition, many powerhouses who were originally neutral came to join Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength expanded rapidly and he became a true saint sect. He had even surpassed the other holy sons and holy virgins and was on the verge of competing with the supreme holy son. In addition, the elementalists had led some of the original members of the Tianhong sect to join the supreme saint. For a time, the Kongxian sect was in a state of turmoil and a tense atmosphere spread. However, Lu Ming put all these aside and cultivated in peace. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. One day, Lu Ming suddenly received a voice transmission from Qiuyu. 9 Orifice Saint Heart, this girl has finally come out of seclusion. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Qiuyu had been cultivating in seclusion in the Divine Pulse Tower ever since she came to Kongxian sect with Lu Ming. She had been cultivating for 70 to 80 years. Now, he finally sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew toward the Divine Pulse Tower. Young master, Qiuyu was overjoyed to see Lu Ming. Qiuyu, you finally come out of seclusion. Let's go back to where we're staying. Lu Ming smiled. Wait, young master. I still owe a lot of points. Qiuyu said with a red face. That's right, kid. This girl has been cultivating for so many years. If she doesn't have enough points, she can't leave. An old man guarding the Guardian Meridian Tower said. So, it's like this. Lu Ming laughed. He had forgotten that Qiuyu did not have many points. She had cultivated in the Divine Pulse Tower for so many years, so she would need at least tens of thousands of points. That was why she sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Otherwise, Qiuyu would look for Lu Ming herself after she came out of her closed-door cultivation. Come, senior, this is my identity token. You can take it. Lu Ming took out his identity token and passed it to the elder. The old man took it and glanced at it. His eyes suddenly opened wide and he was shocked. The saint token, your holy son Lu Ming? The old man asked in surprise. It is. Lu Ming nodded. So, your holy son Lu Ming. I've heard so much about you. The old man sized Lu Ming up curiously. He swiped his points and returned the holy son token to Lu Ming. Qiuyu, let's go. Wait, your cultivation? As Lu Ming spoke, his eyes suddenly widened and he revealed a shocked expression. He was shocked by Qiuyu's cultivation. Before this, he had not carefully sensed Qiuyu's cultivation level. Now that he sensed it, he was shocked. Qiuyu's cultivation had already reached the True God realm, and she had actually reached the terrifying stage 5 True God realm. What was going on? When Qiuyu and Lu Ming had first come to the Kongxian sect, they had only been demigods. However, In just a few years, Qiu Yu's cultivation had already soared to the 5th stage of True God realm. This cultivation speed was simply shocking. It was even more abnormal than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was already dumbfounded. Young master, Qiu Yu was just about to speak. Wait, let's go back and talk. Lu Ming held Qiu Yu's hand and flew toward their residence. When they returned to Lu Ming's residence, Lu Ming then asked Qiu Yu about the details. Young master, I don't know what happened either. After I broke through to the ethereal god realm, something in my body seemed to have awakened, making me sink into deep cultivation. I didn't expect that so many years would have passed by the moment I finished my cultivation. My cultivation has also risen to stage 5 True God realm. Qiu Yu blinked her big eyes, also looking confused. Something in your body has awakened? What's that? Lu Ming was puzzled. Young master, I'll show you. Qiu Yu nodded and then circulated her divine power. All of a sudden, a 9-colored light appeared from Qiu Yu's heart. Then, there seemed to be a 9-colored heart in Qiu Yu's heart. It gave off an extremely mysterious aura. Lu Ming had no idea what it was, but he could sense that this 9-colored heart was extremely mysterious. It seemed to contain a terrifying power. Oh my God, this is the 9-orifice Saint Heart. This is the legendary 9-orifice Saint Heart. At this time, Bone Demon jumped out of the scroll and shouted in shock. 9-orifice Saint Heart? What was it? Also, why are you so excited? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bone Demon. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Anyone who sees a 9-orifice Saint Heart will be excited. This is a legendary Saint Heart. It's countless times more precious than your ancient God Heart. The Bone Devil roared, completely losing its usual calm. Calm down, calm down. Come on, tell me, what's the use of the 9-orifice Saint Heart? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bone Demon. The 9-orifice Saint Heart is mysterious. I can't explain all its functions, but I know the most powerful thing about the 9-orifice Saint Heart is its cultivation. It's said that those who have awakened the 9-hold Saint Heart will cultivate at an amazing speed. Even if they eat and sleep all day without cultivating, their cultivation will automatically improve, and it's faster than others who cultivate painstakingly. Once you cultivate seriously, coupled with some opportunities, your cultivation will soar. Bone explained in a loud voice. Lu Ming was stunned as well. He widened his eyes and looked at Qiu Yu. His lips were trembling non-stop. He could not remain calm. Even when he was eating and sleeping, his cultivation could still continue to improve. Furthermore, it was faster than other people's hard work. This was simply heaven-defying. Do you still want me to live? No wonder Qiu Yu's cultivation had improved so quickly during this period of time. I know. This girl's talent in the past did not burst out at all. Her 9-orifice Saint Heart was only truly awakened when she broke through to the martial god realm and became a deity. Impressive, impressive. Lu Ming, I'm envious that you have such an impressive woman. The Bone Devil kept talking, his eyes red with envy. Of course, he was only a skeleton and had no eyes. Young master, what's wrong? It'll be fine, right? When Qiu Yu saw Lu Ming's dazed look, she instantly panicked. It's fine, it's fine. Qiu Yue, your talent is unparalleled. In the future, your cultivation will far surpass this young master's. I'm just surprised. Lu Ming quickly collected his thoughts and said, really? How can my cultivation base surpass young masters? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Qiu Yu smiled sweetly. She was so beautiful. Qiu Yu, who had awakened her 9-orifice Saint Heart, was even more beautiful. She had a strange aura that made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Qiu Yue, you're so beautiful. Lu Ming held Qiu Yu's hand and praised her. Is that so? Qiu Yu's face was red and smooth, making people want to take a bite. Of course it's true. Lu Ming smiled. Qiu Yue, what you've awakened is called the 9-orifice Saint Heart. Your cultivation will be astonishingly fast in the future. However, you must not tell anyone about this, or it will be very troublesome. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and warned him carefully. The 9-orifice Saint Heart was too amazing. Once it was spread, it would cause a great uproar. It would be hard to say whether it would be a blessing or a curse, so it was best not to spread it. Yes, young master. Qiu Yu nodded obediently. Qiu, stay with me tonight, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Ah. Qiu Yu was flustered and her heart was beating like a deer. This was what she had been looking forward to, but when it really came to this, she was still extremely nervous. Qiu, are you not willing? If you don't want to, I won't force you, Lu Ming said. No, no, Qiu Yu shook her head and blushed. She lowered her head and said softly, I'm willing. Scared of Lu Ming's room was extremely warm. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu fought to their heart's content. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights before they hugged each other and fell asleep. After that, the two of them stayed together every day and cultivated with each other. Lu Ming would also guide Qiu Yu in her cultivation of the divine skill. After Qiu Yu had awakened her 9-orifice saint heart, not only did her cultivation speed increase at an astonishing speed, but her comprehension had also improved greatly. The speed at which he comprehended a divine skill was astonishing. Furthermore, Qiu Yu had already cultivated the Universe Thousand Dao Scroll to a very high level. Qiu Yu's divine power had already reached the peak of the divine grade divine power. If she were to improve further, she would be able to cultivate the divine power of the ruler of the divine grade divine power. By then, Qiu Yu would be able to cultivate other divine powers and form many divine fires. Her combat power would increase dramatically. Qiu Yu's future was limitless. Time flew by and 2 years had passed. In 2 years' time, Qiu Yu's cultivation had actually advanced another step and reached the 6th stage of True God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation was still hovering around the 8th stage of True God Realm. At this moment, a piece of news spread in the Kongxian sect, causing a huge commotion. The higher-ups of the Kongxian sect had decided that the competition between the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins would be held 3 months later to decide who would be the Zongzi. A Zongzi would be the successor sect master, the future sect master. The entire Kongxian sect was shocked by this news. This was because the news had come from the Elder Council of the Kongxian sect. The Holy Sons and Holy Virgins immediately gathered the people from their factions to discuss this matter. Lu Ming immediately gathered the experts from his sect to discuss this matter. Holy Son, this is very strange. The cultivation of the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins isn't high enough. I'll take some time before the competition starts. One of the inner sect elders said. That's right. In the past, the competition was natural. It wasn't carried out in a specific way. Instead, it was natural for the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins to compete with each other, and the final winner would be the Zongzi. However, this time, the Senate has personally issued an order to hold the Zongzi contest in 3 months. This doesn't make sense. Another inner court elder said with a frown. Kongxian sect's Senate was formed by the strongest group of people in Kongxian sect. The elders there were all divine kings and their status was far above the inner sect elders. Everyone started to guess, but they couldn't get a conclusion. Holy Son, Holy Maiden Xianxia requests an audience. Suddenly, someone came to report. Holy Maiden Xianxia, please come in. Lu Ming waved his hand. Not long after, someone welcomed Holy Maiden Xianxia in. Lu Ming, you're probably discussing the Zongzi event that's going to be held in 3 months, aren't you? Ouyang Xianxia went straight to the point. Not bad. Holy Maiden Xianxia, do you have any news? Lu Ming said. I do have some news. I heard from my grandfather that the reason for the sudden Zongzi contest is mainly because some people in the Senate want to push the Supreme Holy Son up. Ouyang Xianxia said. You want to push the Supreme Holy Son up? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not doubt Ouyang Xianxia's words. Ouyang Xianxia's grandfather, who was also Yuexin's father, was an important figure in the Kongxian sect. He was a member of the Senate and a god king. That's right. The Supreme Holy Son's background is extraordinary. His father's side and his mother's side are all major forces of the Kongxian sect. Each side has a doyen in the Senate, and there's more than one. They're very powerful and have a very high influence in the Senate. This time, it's the big shot behind the Supreme Holy Son who suggested this. Ouyang Xianxia said. Could it be that the other board of patriarchs have agreed? Lu Ming said. Of course, there are those who disagree. My grandfather disagreed, but the Supreme Saint Sun's backing is too powerful. He has great influence in the Senate. More than half of the elders agreed to the meeting. It's difficult for the other elders to change their minds. Ouyang Xianxia said. Why did the Council of Elders suddenly make this proposal? It's strange. An inner sect elder was puzzled. It's because of Lu Ming. Ouyang Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Because of me? Lu Ming was stunned. What did all of this have to do with him? It's very simple. Lu Ming, you've shown great talent and improved too quickly. It's only been a few years, and the Tianhong Saint's son has died at your hands. Who can compete with you in a few years? That's why the people behind the Supreme Holy Sun are afraid. They're afraid that in a few years, even the Supreme Holy Sun won't be your match. At that time, the position of the Kongxian sect's sect master will fall into your hands. Ouyang Xianxia said. Therefore, the people behind the Supreme Holy Sun made the first move to gain the upper hand. They proposed this plan. Before a match for the Supreme Holy Sun, we'll have a competition and then decide on the Zongzi candidate. Lu Ming followed Ouyang Xianxia's words. Ouyang Xianxia did not need to explain further. Lu Ming could already guess what she meant. The person behind the Supreme Holy Sun was afraid of Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass the Supreme Holy Sun and was forced to propose this plan. Not bad. Ouyang Xianxia nodded. Interesting. Holy Maiden Xianxia, what do you want to do? Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, Lu Ming had no interest in the Zongzi position. The purpose of his cultivation was to improve his strength, protect his family and friends, and break through to the God King realm as soon as possible so that he could find Xianxia. Now, there's only one way to fight against the Supreme Holy Sun, and that's to join forces. Let's work together. It'll help you become a Zongzi. Ouyang Xianxia said. After saying that, he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. How about this? Let's work together. It'll help you become a Zongzi. Lu Ming smiled. You'll help me? Ouyang Xianxia was stunned. That's right. When we formed an alliance, I told you that you wouldn't regret it. To be honest, I'm not interested in the Zongzi position. However, among all these holy sons and holy virgins, you're the only one who's more suitable to become a Zongzi. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Is what you said true? Ouyang Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy. Of course it's true, Lu Ming said. All right. As long as I become a Zongzi and take over the Kongxian sect in the future, I will never forget you and your people. Ouyang Xianxia responded. In fact, she had come to look for Lu Ming with this intention. She had long noticed that Lu Ming's talent was too high and his goal was also very high. Lu Ming's heart would not be trapped in a place like the Kongxian sect or the Qintian galaxy. Therefore, she had long guessed that Lu Ming was not interested in the position of the Kongxian sect's sect leader. However, she had won. She needed Lu Ming's help. According to my speculation, the other holy sons and holy virgins may also join forces. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get through this. Ouyang Xianxia said. Just do your best. Lu Ming smiled. The lifespan of a god, a star year. Ouyang Xianxia's guess was right. When this news came out, the ones who were most shocked were the holy sons and holy virgins. The floating light Saint Sun, Jixia Saint Sun, Yenkong Saint Sun, and Xuetan Saint Daughter all looked terrible after hearing the news. Now, they had no confidence in competing with the Supreme Holy Sun. 2 days later, the transient light Holy Sun arrived at the mansion of the Jixia Holy Sun. You want me to join forces with you to help you obtain the Zongzi position? Saint Sun Jixia sneered at the transient light Saint Sun. Not bad. The sacred sun of reflection nodded. Why don't you help me get the Zongzi's position? Saint Sun Jixia sneered. Because my strength is above yours. The sacred sun said. You sure are confident that you are above me. Saint Sun Jixia sneered. In the past, the Jixia Saint Sun, the transient light Saint Sun, and the Tianhong Saint Sun had all been of similar cultivation. Holy Maiden Xuetan, Ouyang Xianxia, and Saint Sun Yenkong were slightly weaker. The paragon Holy Sun was the strongest. Now that the sacred Sun of Reflection said he was stronger than the Holy Sun of Xianxia, the Holy Sun of Xianxia sneered. Boom! At this moment, the floating light Holy Sun's body started to shine. He seemed to have turned into a ball of divine light. Fifth-level celestial deity, you broke through. Saint Sun Xia's expression changed. In the past, he, floating light, and Tianhong's cultivation had been at the peak of the fourth-level heavenly god realm. He didn't expect the floating light Holy Sun to have already broken through to the fifth-level heavenly god realm. This meant that the sacred Sun of Reflection was indeed more powerful than him. Do you understand now? I'm more powerful than you. Only if you help me will we have a chance to defeat the Supreme Holy Sun and Lu Ming. I can promise you that as long as I become the Zongzi and become the sect leader of the Kongxian sect in the future, you'll be my equal. The sacred Sun said. Equal status? Saint Sun Xia's eyes moved. That's right, we're on equal footing. It's better than the Supreme Holy Sun taking charge of the sect. Do you agree to it? The sacred Sun said. Even if I agree to your request, I'm afraid that the two of us are no match for the Supreme Holy Sun. Saint Sun Xia said. This time, Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming will definitely join forces. The two of us are indeed not enough. Next, we'll look for Shui Tan and Yen Kong. As long as the four of us join forces, we'll be able to fight against the Supreme Saint Sun. It's not impossible to defeat him. The sacred Sun said. All right, I promise you. Saint Sun Xia pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. He also knew that in the current situation, only by joining forces could they contend with the Supreme Holy Sun. If they didn't join forces and fought alone, he had no chance of winning. Then, they went to the Yenkong Saint Sun's and the Shui Tan Saint Sun's residences. After some persuasion, the Yenkong Saint Sun and the Shui Tan Saint Sun agreed to work with the transient light Saint Sun. Just like that, a few months passed in the Kongxian sect's turbulent environment. This day, it was finally time to fight for the Zongzi position. The Kongxian sect, the place where the sect competition had been held, was packed with people. Holy Sun Lu Ming is here. Holy Maiden Qingxiang is here. The sacred Sun of Reflection is here. Many people cried out in surprise. The 7 great holy sons and holy virgins of the Kongxian sect had arrived one after another. The Supreme Holy Sun had his hands behind his back. He was full of dominance and high-spirited, looking down on all the heroes in the world. Only when he turned to look at Lu Ming would he reveal a trace of seriousness. Lu Ming, the paragon Holy Sun muttered, his eyes solemn. Just as the 7 holy sons and holy virgins were sizing each other up, many figures flew out from the depths of the Kongxian sect. The one in the lead was the sect master of the Kongxian sect, Long Zhoushan. Behind him were a few elders, all of whom were elders of the Kongxian sect. This time, when the Council of Elders made this suggestion, the Dragon Boat Mountain did not object. No one knew what they were planning. Almost everyone's here. Dragon Boat Mountain's gaze swept across the entire place as his voice rang out. The entire place quieted down as they looked at Dragon Boat Mountain. They knew that Dragon Boat Mountain was about to announce the rules for this Zongzi competition. This Zongzi contest will be divided into 2 rounds. The one who spoke wasn't Dragon Boat Mountain, but an old man with white hair. This person was called Ji Zundong. He was an extremely old elder of the Kongxian sect. He had lived for a long time and was one of the oldest people in the Kongxian sect. He was also an ancestor of the Supreme Holy Sun. In fact, after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, it was said that one's lifespan would be endless. However, that was only a claim. Any living being had a limit to their lifespan. For example, in the Heaven Realm's primordial realm, martial sovereigns were said to have endless lifespans. Every 33,333 years, a heavenly tribulation would befall the Void Emperor, True Emperor, and Great Emperor, and many people would die under the heavenly tribulation. As for the Heavenly Emperor realm, there were no disasters and tribulations, and their lifespans were endless. In fact, this endless also had an end. That was because small worlds like the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm all had an end to their lives. For example, if the heaven realm and the primordial realm were destroyed, would the celestial the arch still be able to live? He would still die. The lifespan of a small kiliacosm would usually not exceed 10 billion years. In other words, a heavenly emperor's lifespan would not exceed 10 billion years. 10 billion years, how long was that? One tribulation took 33,333 years, while 10,000 tribulations only took 3 billion years. This was almost the same as having an endless lifespan. In the primeval universe, the lifespans of deities were similar to that of heavenly emperors. The longest they could live was only 10 billion years. In the primal universe, there was a saying that the lifespan of deities was the same as a star. The lifespan of a star was about 10 billion years, and the lifespan of a god was also 10 billion years. The lifespans of hollow gods, true gods, and heavenly gods were almost the same, with 10 billion years as the limit. When a star was extinguished, a god would also die. Therefore, most people would call 10 billion years a stellar year. However, the lifespan of a god king was much longer. The average god king's lifespan was more than 5 star years. Autarchs, for example, had already lived for 6 stellar years, which was equivalent to 60 billion years. It was equivalent to a small world like the heaven realm and the primordial realm, or a star, going through 6 times from birth to destruction. No one dared to breathe too loudly as they listened quietly. First, let's talk about the qualifications. Only holy sons and holy virgins can participate. Each holy son and holy virgins can bring 3 helpers. The first round will be held on a planet that is about to dry up. This planet has already been occupied by the planet Devourer. Your goal is to kill the planet Devourer on this planet and obtain points. Planet Devourers are divided into 3 levels: Bronze Planet Devourers, Silver Planet Devourers, and Gold Planet Devourers. Killing a Bronze Planet Devourer will earn you 1 point, killing a Silver Planet Devourer will earn you 5 points, and killing a Gold Planet Devourer will earn you 50 points. All right, the holy sons and holy virgins who want to participate in the competition can sign up with me. The supreme martial artist announced. Chapter 2861 3-Way Tussle Reading Omicron N Novel Cool. Omicron, Lise, I see. The planet Devourer. Many people muttered as they pondered. Come up and register. Supreme martial artist Dong announced. I'll do it. The first one to register was the Supreme Saint. He stepped forward, signed his name on a stone tablet, and then stepped back. I'll do it. Next, it was the Sacred Son of Reflection's turn to sign his name. After the Sacred Son of Floating Light, Ouyang Qingxiang also came forward to sign her name. Other than the 3 of them, the other holy sons and holy virgins stood still. You guys aren't coming up to register? The supreme martial artist's gaze swept across Lu Ming, the holy son Jixia, the holy son Yan Kong, and the holy maiden Xuetan. I give up on this contests. I also give up. I also give up. Saint Sun Jixia, Saint Sun Yan Kong, and Saint Daughter Xuetan shook their heads. What? Most of the people present were shocked and looked at the 3 holy sons and holy virgins in shock. Jizun Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. Hee, the 3 of you giving up is because you want to help Floating Light deal with me. The Supreme Holy Son laughed coldly. Jixia, Yan Kong, and Xuetan didn't say anything. Their faces were calm, but deep in their eyes, there was still a trace of unwillingness. If it was possible, how could they give up so easily? He really had no choice. The others came to a realization. They finally understood why the 3 of them had given up. The main reason was that the Supreme Holy Son was too strong. If they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to compete with the Supreme Holy Son. That was why they had joined forces. Qian Kuan, do you have the confidence to win if they join forces? Supreme Being Dong secretly transmitted a message to the Supreme Holy Son. The Supreme Holy Son's name was Supreme Universe. Don't worry, Forefather. Even if they join forces, they won't be my match. The Supreme Saint Son replied confidently. At the same time, he looked at the Sacred Son of Reflection and the others in disdain. Do you think you can fight me just because you're helping Floating Light? What a fool's dream. Floating Light, I think you should just give up on this idea. How do you know you're going to win if you haven't? The sacred son of reflection responded strongly. He had already broken through to the 5th-tier celestial deity realm and was much more confident. At the same time, he had also obtained the help of the other 3 holy sons and holy virgins. He might not be unable to contend against the supreme holy son. You're very confident. When the time comes, you'll know what despair is. The supreme saint mocked coldly. Lu Ming, what about you? At this moment, the supreme being's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. I also give up the contest. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His words shocked everyone present. Lu Ming has given up too. What a pity. Holy Son Lu Ming's talent is definitely the strongest. He's definitely stronger than the Supreme Holy Son. In a few hundred or thousand years, it won't be a problem for him to surpass the Supreme Holy Son. It's a pity that this contest came too suddenly. Lu Ming probably withdrew because he's no match for the Supreme Holy Son. I guess so. Many people were discussing this. The Grandmaster's words made him very uncomfortable. He coldly snorted, and many people immediately shut up. All right, since that's the case, then the 3 of you will compete. Each of you can bring 3 assistants. Remember, the people you bring must also be from the younger generation. Supreme Martial Artist Dong asked. The Supreme Holy Son pointed at the 3 of them, and 3 young men walked out from behind him. The 3 of them were undoubtedly very powerful. One of them, in particular, was qualified to become a saint, but in the end he joined the Supreme Saint. The sacred son of floating light, and the others sized him up. He was definitely a threat, not any weaker than them. They are the people I'm going to bring. The floating light saint son looked at the Xia saint son, the Yenkong saint son, and the Xuetan saint daughter. Saint son Xia, saint son Yenkong, and saint daughter Xuetan stepped out and stood behind the floating light saint son. As expected, many people's hearts moved. This was within their expectations. The sacred son of floating light was indeed going to bring along the 3 of them. The 4 great sacred sons and saintesses joining forces would definitely be an extremely powerful force. I'm going to bring them. Then, Ouyang Qingxiang also spoke. Lu Ming and the other 2 young men and women stepped forward and stood behind Ouyang Qingxiang. Holy Son Lu Ming is indeed helping Holy Maiden Qingxiang. That's right. I heard that before Holy Son Lu Ming became a holy son, he was already very close to Holy Maiden Qingxiang. It's normal for him to give up on the competition and help Holy Maiden Qingxiang. Which of the 3 forces do you guys think is stronger and which is weaker? The people at the scene started to discuss. If nothing unexpected happened, the future Zongzi of the Kong Xian sect would be the Supreme Saint's son, the Transient Light Saint's son, and the Holy Maiden Qingxiang. On the surface, the Sacred Son's side is the strongest. They've gathered 4 holy sons and holy virgins. However, the Supreme Holy Son's strength is unfathomable. With the help of another holy son, I'm afraid that their overall strength is even above the Sacred Son's. I think so too. The Supreme Holy Son is too strong. I'm afraid he can fight against several holy maidens and holy sons alone. The weakest one must be Holy Maiden Qingxiang. There's no doubt about it. Although she has the help of the Lu Ming Saint, the Lu Ming Saint also gave it his all in the battle with the Tianhong Saint's son. He's only slightly stronger than the Tianhong Saint's son. If he and the Qingxiang Saintess join forces, they're definitely no match for the other 2. It seems like the outcome of this battle will be decided between the Sacred Son of Reflection and the Supreme Sacred Son. In terms of overall abilities, many people did not think highly of Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Lu Ming heard the surrounding discussions. However, he only smiled and did not care. To be honest, he wasn't confident and could only try his best. All right, since the participants have been decided, let's set off. Before we set off, let me remind you that points are very important. The final result will be to combine the points from the 2 rounds. The one with the highest points will be the winner of this round. Men, set up the formation. As soon as Supreme Beast Move finished speaking, a few elders stepped forward and waved their hands. Array discs flew out and floated in the air. Soon, a teleportation array appeared in the sky. This teleportation array can directly teleport you to that dying planet. You can go now. The Grandmaster waved his sleeves. Bang, bang. The Supreme Saint led his men and stepped into the teleportation array. Then they disappeared. Then, the Sacred Son of Reflection led his people and stepped into the teleportation formation. Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming were the last to step into the teleportation formation and leave the place. The rest of them waited where they were. The first round of the competition would last for 3 months. After 3 months, Lu Ming and the rest would return on time. The Planet Devourer reading Omicron and Novel Cool. Omicron, Lise Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and 2 other men and women stepped into the teleportation formation. In the next moment, they appeared in midair. Above their heads, there was a vortex that was slowly spinning. 3 months later, they would be able to return to the Kong-Xian sect as long as they returned to this place. It seems that the 3 of us were teleported to different locations. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room. He was with Ouyang Qingxiang and the other 2, but he didn't see the Supreme Saint Sun or the Transient Light Saint Sun. It was obvious that they had separated after being transported here. That's good. Let's go and find the Planet Devourer, Ouyang Qingxiang said. The 4 of them flew down. The ground below was deathly silent. A Planet Devourer was a terrifying creature in the primeval universe. This kind of creature would be born naturally when a planet was about to dry up. They would devour the energy of the planet and accelerate the aging and exhaustion of the planet. There were no trees on the ground and the divine qi was very thin. There were many caves on the ground, densely packed like a beehive. These caves were dug out by the Planet Devourer after devouring the energy of the planet. Let's go into these caves. The Planet Devourer must be hiding in one of them, Ouyang Qingxiang said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and flew towards a cave. At this moment, a figure flickered in one of the caves, and then a figure rushed out. The figure let out an ear-piercing sound. It's the Planet Devourer. The 4 people's eyes lit up. He did not expect to encounter a Planet Devourer as soon as he arrived. The body of the Planet Devourer was extremely large. It was at least 10 meters tall and looked like a huge insect. The 2 claws in front of its body were like 2 divine blades. Especially its mouth, it was big and sharp, full of fangs, very ferocious. Its body was bronze in color. This was the Bronze Planet Devourer. A Bronze Planet Devourer. Let me destroy him. The young man behind Ouyang Qingxiang stepped out with a battle axe in his hand. He was about to attack the Bronze Planet Devourer. Ouyang Qingxiang had brought a man and a woman with her. Their names were Kong Chong and Lu Jie. They were the most talented Heaven's Pride talents under Ouyang Qingxiang. Although the divine power that the 2 of them controlled was not divine-grade divine power, it was still the top king-grade divine power. Moreover, their cultivation was at the 4th level heavenly god realm. Of course, they had been cultivating for a long time. They had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such profound cultivation. Among the inner court disciples of Kong-Xian sect, those who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years were considered to be in the younger generation. Kong Chang's aura bloomed as he circulated his divine power. His battle axe glowed as he slashed at the Planet Devourer with astonishing power. The Planet Realm Devourer shrieked. It twisted its body and pounced at Kong Chong at an astonishing speed. Its 2 claws, which were as sharp as divine blades, slashed at Kong Chong. So fast! Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang were both shocked. Kong Chong was also shocked. He had not expected the Planet Devourer's speed to be so astonishing. At the critical moment, he let out a loud roar and changed his moves. The battle axe struck out like a storm. In an instant, he had struck out over 100 times, and the shadows of the axe surrounded his body. Clang, clang. In the air, a dense collision and explosion sound rang out. Then, the 2 figures retreated. Kong Chong and the Planet Devourer both retreated tens of thousands of meters. What powerful strength! Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others were shocked. This Planet Devourer was actually able to contend with Kong Chong. One had to know that Kong Chong's cultivation had reached the 4th level celestial deity realm and his combat strength was definitely not weak. Otherwise, Ouyang Qingxiang would not have chosen him to help her. And this planet devourer was only a bronze-grade planet devourer, yet it had such strong combat power. Then how strong would the silver devourer, the gold planet devourer, be? The few of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that it would not be easy to get the points. Kill! At that moment, Kong Chong roared, brandished his battle axe, and used a divine skill to attack the bronze planet devourer. The bronze planet devourer also shrieked and charged at Kong Chong. The two of them fought intensely, and after dozens of moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Let's attack together and end the battle quickly. Let's go! Ouyang Qingxiang said as she rushed out. A green sword chi bloomed and slashed at the bronze planet devourer. Buzz! The sword chi slashed at the planet devourer's sharp claw and left a deep mark, almost cutting the claw in half. Although Ouyang Xianxiang's cultivation was also at the 4th level celestial deity realm, her strength was much stronger than Kong Chong's. Her first move completely suppressed the planet devourer. Song of the Green Lotus Sword, die! Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Green sword chi bloomed and enveloped the planet devourer. Although the planet devourer was powerful, he was still completely suppressed. After a few moves, the sword light flashed and the planet devourer's head was cut off. With a wave of her hand, Ouyang Qingxiang kept the planet devourer's head. When the time came, she would only need to bring the planet devourer's head back to calculate the points. Let's go! Then, the four of them rushed into a cave. The entire planet seemed to have been dug through. It was filled with caves that extended in all directions, like a maze. The four of them followed a cave and flew aimlessly. Unfortunately, after searching for a few hours, he didn't find a single devourer. It seems like there aren't many planet devourers. Lu Ming frowned. Then what should we do? If this continues, 3 months will pass by very quickly. If we're unlucky and don't find many planet devourers, we won't be able to compete with the other two sides. Kong Chong said anxiously. In Kong Chong and Lu Jie's hearts, their side was the weakest. They couldn't compare to the Supreme Saint Sun and the Transient Light Saint Sun. Thus, this round was extremely important. If their points in the first round were higher, they could still compete with the other two teams. If their points in the first round were not as high as the other two teams, then there was really no point in competing. The devourer's habit is to devour the energy of a planet, so it must be very sensitive to energy. Let's leave these caves and go to the surface. Then we can use divine crystals or gemstones to emit energy waves. Perhaps it can attract the devourer. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Xianxia, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie's eyes lit up. Holy Sun Lu Ming is really sharp. Kong Chong is impressed. Kong Chong cupped his fists and said, "Let's go and try." Lu Ming said. Then the four of them flew upwind. They could not be bothered to return through the tunnel. They bombarded the rocks directly and broke through the rocks until they reached the surface. Chapter 2861 Consecutive Battles reading Omicron N Novel Cool. Omicron, Lise after reaching the surface, they took out a large number of divine crystals, precious gemstones, and all kinds of blacksmithing materials. They activated them with divine power, sending energy fluctuations far and wide. The few of them just waited like that. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. Squeak! A sharp voice came from the distance. They're here! The eyes of Ouyang Qingxiang and the others lit up. Bush, bush. In the distance, a few figures rushed over like lightning. There were a total of 5 planet devourers, all of which were bronze level. Hard work paid off. This method was really useful, and 5 of them were attracted at once. Kong Chong, Lu Jie, the 2 of you will deal with 1 planet devourer each. Leave the remaining 3 to Holy Sun Lu Ming and me. After Ouyang Qingxiang assigned everyone their tasks, she flashed and rushed out. A green sword light bloomed in her hand as she attacked the 2 bronze planet devourers. As for Kong Chong, Lu Jie, and Lu Ming, they each charged at one. Boom! In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming activated the fourfold combat power of the battle formula and thrust his spear forward. A ray of spear radiance stabbed at a planet devourer. Clang. The planet devourer waved its sharp claws and slashed at Lu Ming like a divine knife. It collided with the long spear and a violent tremor erupted. Lu Ming felt a sharp and terrifying force surging towards him, and he could not help but take a few steps back. The planet devourer was also sent flying by Lu Ming. His strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, 9 ice chains flew out and wrapped around the other party. Lu Ming did not use his ancient god body. Although the ancient god body was powerful, it also consumed a lot of physical strength. After using it once, he had to rest for at least 2 days before he could use it again. Therefore, Lu Ming would not use his ancient god body under normal circumstances. After casting the ice chain, Lu Ming cast the divine dragon materialization art. A 9-clawed divine dragon flew out and pounced at the bronze devourer. Apart from the ancient god body, Lu Ming had used all his tricks. He was able to suppress the bronze planet devourer. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. However, Lu Ming did not use his ancient god body. His combat strength was not as strong as Ouyang Xianxiang's. It would not be easy to kill the bronze devourer. After exchanging dozens of moves, Lu Ming seized an opportunity and used the moon slash. He broke the bronze devourer's stomach and severely injured it. Then, the 9 ice chains took the opportunity to bind the bronze planet devourer tightly, causing its body to stiffen. Moon slaying. Lu Ming swept his long spear across. A crescent-shaped spear ray flashed and the bronze devourer's head was cut off. With a wave of his hand, he kept the bronze devourer's head and looked in another direction. At this moment, Wuxia and Xianxia had already taken care of 2 bronze devourers, but Kong Chong and Lu Jie were each fighting a bronze planet devourer. Wuxia and Xianxia and Lu Ming each rushed to one person to help the other kill the bronze planet devourer. Very quickly, the remaining 2 were also killed by them. In total, they had killed 6 bronze-grade planet devourers and gained 6 points. This amount of points was naturally too little. However, this method of attracting people was useful. They continued to attract more. Unfortunately, for the rest of the day, not a single planet devourer came. It seems that all the planet devourers nearby have come. Let's change locations. Lu Ming suggested. They nodded and put away the divine crystals and gemstones. Then they chose a random direction and flew away. After flying for more than 10 million miles, they estimated that they were close enough. They stopped, put down the divine crystals and gemstones, and continued to attract the planet devourer in this way. They're here. So many. Kong Chong suddenly exclaimed. This time, in less than an hour, squeaking sounds could be heard from the distance, coming from different caves. Then, from some of the caves, many planet devourers rushed out. 10. This time, there were 10 of them, all of them bronze-grade planet devourers. Their expressions were grave. Kong Chong, Lu Jie, the 2 of you join forces and pay attention to your own safety. Ouyang and Xianxia instructed Kong Chong and Lu Jie. Facing so many bronze-grade planet devourers, with Kong Chong and Lu Jie's strength, they were in danger. Holy Maiden, don't worry. Don't worry about us. Lu Jie said. Kill. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He held the spear and charged at the bronze devourer. As he charged, Lu Ming's body expanded rapidly, turning into a green-armored ancient god that was 100 meters tall. With so many planet devourers coming at once, Lu Ming could not care less about holding back his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Ouyang and Xianxia to fight against so many bronze-grade planet devourers alone. After transforming into an ancient god, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. His long spear swept out like a mountain range. Boom! One of the planet devourers was sent flying by Lu Ming's sweep. It crashed into a mountain and the mountain shattered. The planet devourer was already half dead. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than Ouyang Xianxia's after he used the ancient god body. He could completely crush the bronze-grade planet devourer. Squeak! There was a shrill sound. 5 planet devourers pounced on Lu Ming from 5 directions at an alarming speed. Break the air, break the air, Lu Ming cast the 3 apocalyptic strikes in a row. 5 spear lights burst out and stabbed the 5 planet devourers. Bang! Bang! Although the power of the 5 consecutive strikes had weakened, it still suppressed the 5 planet devourers and sent them flying. 3 apocalyptic strikes, moon-cutting. Lu Ming rushed to one of them. He swept his spear and killed the planet devourer. Then he attacked the other one. At the same time as Lu Ming made his move, Ouyang Qingxiang also made her move. She performed the Green Lotus Sword Song, and green lotus flowers appeared one after another. The sky was filled with sword qi, and the 4 planet devourers were shrouded in it. At the same time, Kong Chong and Lu Jia also went up to help Ouyang Xianxia. In an instant, a bronze-grade planet devourer was killed by Ouyang Xianxia. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming alone killed the other planet devourers and completely crushed them. With every move, 1 planet devourer was killed by Lu Ming. In a short while, the 5 planet devourers were all killed by Lu Ming. Including the first one, Lu Ming had killed 6 of them. At this moment, Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were about to end their battle. Out of the 4 planet devourers, 3 had been killed. Only 1 was left. Ouyang Xianxia slashed with her sword, and the last planet devourer was beheaded. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he roared, "Be careful! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2862 Silver Devourer reading Omicron N Novel Cool. Omicron, Lise, be careful. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed from one of the caves below. This ray of light was silver in color and was like a heavenly blade. It slashed toward Ouyang Xianxia at an astonishing speed. Fast, it was too fast. This ray of light completely enveloped Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jia. At that moment, it was too late for Ouyang Qingxiang to dodge. And even if she could avoid it, Kong Chong and Lu Jia couldn't. Green Lotus Sword Domain, die! Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Beams of green sword qi bloomed from her body, forming lotus flowers that surrounded the 3 of them. Bang! The ray of silver light slashed at the green lotus, causing it to explode and shatter. The ray of light continued to bombard Ouyang Qingxiang's body. Ouyang Qingxiang had already used her protective divine skill and was wearing a protective armor. However, when she was hit by the attack, her body flew out and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Holy maiden! Kong Chong and Lu Jia were shocked and rushed toward Ouyang Qingxiang. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the 9 heavenly Kunpeng technique and seemed to have transformed into a huge Kunpeng. In a flash, his 100-meter-tall figure stood in front of Ouyang Qingxiang and the others, looking forward. At this moment, the silver light finally revealed its true appearance. It was a silver planet devourer. It looked almost the same as the bronze devourer from before, but it was silver in color. Silver tier planet devourer. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. 4 silver-grade planet devourers, killing 1 would give 5 points. The silver devourer's eyes were cold as it stared at Lu Ming. Suddenly, it twisted its body and turned into a silver light, charging at Lu Ming. Ice chains appear. Lu Ming muttered and the 9 ice chains flew out towards the silver planet devourer. However, the silver planet devourer's speed was extremely shocking. It flashed continuously in the air and dodged the attack of the ice chains. It continued to attack Lu Ming. Break the air! Break the air! Lu Ming's long spear burst out and he stabbed more than 10 times in an instant. This time, the silver planet devourer no longer dodged. It waved its sharp claws and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang, clang. In an instant, the 2 of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force traveling along the long spear, numbing his arms and forcing him to retreat. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. After the collision just now, Lu Ming was shocked to discover that the strength of the silver planet devourer was above his. He had the ancient god body, but his power was still suppressed. Squeak! With a sharp cry, the silver planet devourer's two sharp claws slashed at Lu Ming like a storm. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and fought with all his might. 9 ice chains were continuously swung out, but they were easily shattered by the opponent's sharp claws. However, Lu Ming still had a lot of divine power. After the ice chain was broken, it continued to condense. In this way, the cold air on the ice chain still had some effect on the silver planet devourer. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Lu Ming cast the divine dragon materialization art and a 9-clawed divine dragon pounced forward with a roar. Lu Ming used all his means and finally stabilized the situation. Lu Ming, I'm here to help you. Ouyang Xianxia stabilized her injuries and her divine power surged. A huge green lotus flower appeared and pressed down on the silver planet devourer. Endless sword chi continued to attack the devourer. Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia joined forces and finally turned the tables. They finally began to gain the upper hand. Although the silver planet devourer was powerful, it had to defend against Ouyang Xianxia's attack and Lu Ming's attack at the same time. It was at a disadvantage. Moon slaying. Lu Ming waved his long spear and attacked the silver devourer frantically. Bang! The silver planet devourer tried its best to resist, but it was sent flying a few thousand meters. Green lotus sword domain. Ouyang Xianxia pressed her hands down, and small green lotus flowers appeared around the silver planet devourer. The endless sword chi left scars on the silver planet devourer. After being besieged by Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia, the silver planet devourer finally lost and was completely suppressed. They exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the silver planet devourer's mouthpart. Then, Ouyang Xianxia slashed out with her sword and cut off the silver planet devourer's head. Hoo-hoo, Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia often exhaled. They had finally dealt with the silver planet devourer. The strength of the silver planet devourer was beyond their imagination. It was too powerful. Lu Ming could barely fight against it alone. He was not the silver planet devourer's match. In addition, Ouyang Xianxia had to fight for a long time before she could kill the silver planet devourer. Lu Ming's body shrank and returned to his normal form. He felt a sense of weakness, which was caused by the great consumption of his physical strength. Lu Ming had the measure formula and he had an endless supply of divine power. However, physical strength was not divine power. Transforming into ancient god form consumed a lot of energy, and the longer he maintained it, the more energy he consumed. Of course, as Lu Ming's divine body became stronger, his physical strength would also become stronger. Physical strength was related to the strength of one's divine body, not divine power. Let's go. Well, leave this place and find a place to rest. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Xianxia and the others nodded and left in a flash. They found a hidden place and stopped. Ouyang Xianxia had been ambushed by the silver planet devourer and had suffered serious injuries. Lu Ming also needed to recover his strength. They stayed here for 2 days, and after 2 days, everyone's condition had already recovered to its peak. We still have to be careful. Don't release too many divine crystals or gemstones to avoid attracting too many planet devourers. Lu Ming suggested. Last time, they had only attracted 1 silver planet devourer, and they had almost been in danger. If there were more of them, they would be in danger. It would be even more terrifying if a gold planet devourer came. If the silver planet devourer was already so powerful, one could only imagine how powerful the gold planet devourer was. I didn't expect the planet devourer to be so powerful. I wonder how the Supreme Saint Sun and the Transient Light Saint Sun are doing. Kang Chong sighed, slightly worried. The planet devourer was too powerful. He and Lu Jie had not been of much help when they had entered, and he felt a little guilty. No need to think too much, let's go. Ouyang Xianxia patted Kang Chong and Lu Jie's shoulders and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Ming suddenly called out. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Ouyang Xianxia asked in surprise. Be careful. Is there something underground? Lu Ming said with a grave expression. There's something underground? Ouyang Xianxia, Kang Chong, and Lu Jie's expressions changed as they focused their senses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. The Injured Golden Devourer reading Omicron in Novel Cool. Omicron, Lease boom. Boom, boom. Ouyang Qingxiang and the others sensed around and indeed, they heard a muffled sound coming from underground. It was as if something was traveling underground and was coming toward them. Lu Ming and the other three circulated their divine power and set up a defense around their bodies. They focused their senses. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbles from the ground grew louder and louder, and so did the tremors. Up in the air. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Bang!" At this moment, the ground exploded and a golden ray of light shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have much time to think. He waved his long spear and placed it in front of him. Clang! With an earth-shattering sound, Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward, smashing through a mountain peak. Lu Ming! Saint! Ouyang Qingxiang and the others were shocked. "Don't worry about me, quickly get into the air." Lu Ming roared and rushed out of the rubble. He soared into the sky, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Ouyang Qingxiang and the others also rushed into the sky. Bang! The ground exploded, and a huge creature appeared on the ground. The Planet Devourer. The only difference was that this Planet Devourer was extremely burly. Standing on the ground, it was at least 30 meters tall and was completely golden in color. The Gold Planet Devourer. Lu Ming and the other three felt their hearts tremble. Kong Chong and Lu Jie's faces were especially pale. The Gold Planet Devourer had actually come to find them. No, this Planet Devourer is injured. Look, there's a wound on its abdomen. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Ouyang Xianxia and the others looked carefully and saw many wounds on the Golden Planet Devourer. That seems to be a fist mark. What terrifying power! Who could leave a fist mark on the Golden Planet Devourer? Kong Chong's face turned pale. It's the Supreme Divine Fist. It's the work of the Supreme Holy Sun. This Golden Devourer might have escaped after being injured by the Supreme Holy Sun. It just happened to come to our side. Ouyang Qingxiang said. An injured Gold Planet Devourer. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. No wonder he felt that although the Devourer of the Gold Planet was strong, it was not too strong. After all, he was caught off guard just now. Moreover, he had blocked the other party's attack in his normal state. Kill him, Lu Ming said coldly. All right. Ouyang Qingxiang was also a decisive person, so she immediately nodded. One Gold Planet Devourer was worth 50 points. One needed to kill 50 Bronze Planet Devourers or 10 Silver Planet Devourers to get that amount of points. Since they had encountered an injured Golden Devourer, they could not miss it. However, it was clear that they wanted to kill the Golden Planet Devourer, and the Golden Planet Devourer wanted to kill them too. The Gold Planet Devourer let out a sharp cry and stomped on the ground. The ground exploded and the Gold Planet Devourer turned into a few gold sabers. It soared into the sky and charged toward Lu Ming, Ouyang Xianxia and the others. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and his body began to grow rapidly, turning into an ancient god that was 100 meters tall. He held his spear and charged at the Golden Planet Devourer. Song of the Green Lotus Sword. Ouyang Qingxiang also made her move. A sword chi as thick as a mountain slashed at the Golden Planet Devourer. Boom, boom. The attacks of the two sides collided, creating a violent explosion and spreading energy everywhere. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's bodies trembled and they retreated backward. However, the Golden Planet Devourer's body also drifted back tens of thousands of meters. This move was evenly matched, but Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's faces revealed joy. This Golden Planet Devourer was indeed injured, and its combat power was severely affected. They could still fight it. Song of the Green Lotus Sword, sword shaking the world. Die! Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. Her entire body was enveloped by a green sword light. A huge green lotus flower appeared under her feet. Its petals spun and wrapped around her. She seemed to have turned into a green sword chi that descended from the sky and slashed at the Golden Planet Devourer. Ice chains. Divine Dragon Phenomenon, 3 world-ending strikes. In an instant, Lu Ming used all kinds of divine skills and secret skills. All sorts of attacks were launched at the Golden Planet Devourer at the same time. The Golden Planet Devourer shrieked. Its 2 front claws were like 2 golden sabers. When it slashed out, 2 golden divine lights burst out. Boom, boom. The attacks from both sides dissipated, but they didn't stop at all. Both sides launched their next round of attacks. Kong Chong and Lu Jie couldn't interfere in this battle at all, so they could only wait at the side. They could only see 3 figures flashing and colliding in the air, creating terrifying waves of energy. Every time they collided, rings of energy ripples would spread out in all directions. The 2 of them could only retreat. The 2 sides fought to the death. Divine Dragon Materialization Art. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and a dragon's roar came from his body. 2 dragon roars were heard. 2 9-clawed divine dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's Divine Dragon Materialization Art had a breakthrough at the critical moment and condensed 2 divine dragon images in one go. The 2 9-clawed divine dragons roared and pounced on the Golden Planet Devourer from 2 directions. Up until now, the 2 sides had been fighting for nearly 100 moves. The Gold Planet Devourer was injured in the end and its combat strength had been greatly reduced. In addition, its injuries had flared up during the fierce battle and it was gradually losing to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Holy Maiden Qingxiang, you trap it for a while. It'll attack its injured area. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Qingxiang. Leave it to me. Ouyang Xianxia replied. Green Lotus Sword Domain, die. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted as she waved the sword in her hand in a mysterious way. Endless Green Lotus Sword Chi burst out and formed a Green Lotus Sword realm, pressing down on the Golden Planet Devourer. The Green Lotus Sword domain formed by the Boundless Sword Chi wasn't very powerful, but it was very effective in trapping enemies. The Golden Planet Devourer was suppressed by the Green Lotus Sword domain. Although it waved its 2 front claws to split the Green Lotus Sword domain, it was still blocked by the Endless Sword Chi and its movements were still stiff. Lu Ming wanted this opportunity. 3 apocalyptic strikes, break the sky. Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear ray. He cut through the void and stabbed at the Golden Planet Devourer. Lu Ming was aiming at the fist mark on the chest of the Golden Planet Devourer. The Golden Planet Devourer was covered in a layer of armor. It was very hard and difficult to break. However, the carapace on its abdomen was the thinnest, and it had been injured. There were a few fist marks, which was its weakness. Lu Ming's long spear accurately pierced the Golden Planet Devourer's abdomen, leaving a fist print. Break! Lu Ming let out a long howl, and his divine power burst out madly. Puchi! The spear finally pierced through the Golden Planet Devourer's shell. Chapter 2864 Pursuit Reading Omicron N Novel Cool. Omicron, Lise Lu Ming's long spear pierced through the Gold Planet Devourer's carapace, all the way to the handle. A powerful divine power rushed out madly and exploded in the Gold Planet Devourer's body. The Gold Planet Devourer let out an ear-piercing shriek. It waved its 2 front claws wildly and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could not be bothered to pull out his long spear. He retreated rapidly and avoided the attack of the Golden Planet Devourer. Boom! Boom! The Golden Planet Devourer went completely crazy. Its front claws slashed wildly, instantly destroying the Green Lotus Sword domain. It then turned into a golden stream of light and fled into the distance. This beast has such a strong life force. Lu Ming was also shocked. Just now, his spear had pierced through his opponent's body, and his divine power had exploded from his body, but he had not been able to kill him. Lu Ming, are you going to give chase? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. Chase? Of course we're going after him. Let's go. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He moved and chased in the direction of the Gold Planet Devourer. 1 Gold Planet Devourer was worth 50 points. Now that the other party was seriously injured, this was a once-in-1,000 years opportunity. How could he miss it? If the Golden Planet Devourer was in perfect condition, they would definitely not be able to kill it. Let's go! Ouyang Xianxia, Kong Chong, Lu Jie, and the rest also chased after Lu Ming. The two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, flew hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming cast the 9 heavenly Kunpeng technique and was extremely fast. He was slowly closing the distance between him and the Golden Planet Devourer. But at this moment, the Golden Planet Devourer rushed into a hole on the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming's expression changed and he rushed into the cave. However, he had no choice but to stop. That was because the cave was densely packed and crisscrossed like a maze, and the Golden Planet Devourer had disappeared without a trace. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed to himself. The other party had actually escaped and he had lost 50 points. Lu Ming flew out of the cave. Ouyang Qingxiang, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie chased after him. Lu Ming, how is it? Ouyang asked in a delicate voice. There are many other tunnels under this cave. The devourer has disappeared into the cave. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. It can't escape. At this moment, Lu Jie suddenly spoke. That's right. I was born with a star sky seal, and its greatest use is to track. When you were fighting, I secretly attached a star sky seal to the Golden Planet Devourer. I can track its whereabouts with the star sky seal. Lu Jie said confidently. Really? Lu Ming was overjoyed. It's true. Lu Jie has indeed mastered the starry sky seal. Ouyang Qingxiang said. All right, then we'll track him immediately. When his injuries recover, he'll be hard to deal with. Lu Ming said. Lu Jie nodded her head and began to perform the seal technique. On her body, starlight constantly shone, forming a mysterious rune. This was what Lu Jie had since she was born. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Indeed, there were all kinds of people in the chaotic universe. This way, let's go. After a while, Lu Jie spoke and flew in one direction. Everyone followed Lu Jie. They had been chasing for half a day before they finally stopped in the air above a dark crack. I can feel it. The Gold Planet Devourer is right under this crack. Lu Jie said. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others sized up the crack. The crack wasn't wide and it was dark. He couldn't see what was below, but it was obvious that this crack was very deep. Why do I have a vague feeling of danger? Ouyang Xianxia frowned. I have the same feeling. I'm afraid there are other devourers down there. Lu Ming said. Then what should we do? Ouyang Qingxiang asked. Unknowingly, Ouyang Qingxiang had already paid more attention to Lu Ming's opinion. How about this? The two of us will go down, Kong Chong and Lu Jie will stay on top. Lu Ming said. He and Ouyang Xianxia were powerful and had many trump cards. If anything happened, they could save their lives. If Kong Chong and Lu Jie went down, they would be in danger. How can the two of us stay up there alone? We have to go down together. Not bad. Kong Chong and Lu Jie spoke one after another. They were very loyal to Ouyang Qingxiang. No need, you guys stay up there. Ouyang Xianxia waved her hand, cutting through metal and leaving no room for doubt. Kong Chong and Lu Jie could only nod in agreement. However, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang could not go down immediately. As Lu Ming had transformed into an ancient god body, he had used up a lot of energy and had not recovered yet. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air. He took out a few divine pills and swallowed them. These divine pills could restore one's strength extremely quickly. If Lu Ming were to recover normally, he would need 2 days to recover his physical strength to its peak. However, with this divine pill, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak in just 2 hours. Let's go! Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang stepped out and floated down to the crack. The two of them didn't dare to be careless. They both activated their defensive divine skills, which covered their bodies. Lu Ming activated the 9-layer crimson gold armor. A crimson gold armor covered his body. Ouyang Xianxiang's body was enveloped by a green lotus. The crack was very deep and the two kept going down. The deeper they went, the bigger and wider the space below. An ear-piercing scream suddenly came from the walls on both sides of the crack. Be careful, Lu Ming reminded. Before Lu Ming could finish his sentence, the wall on one side suddenly exploded. A silver light slashed toward Lu Ming. Silver Planet Devourer. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he thrust his long spear forward. The long spear was lost on the Gold Planet Devourer. However, Lu Ming had more than one long spear. Before this, Lu Ming had already purchased several long spears. They were all high-grade divine artifacts that were specially used by heavenly god-level powerhouses. Buzz. The spear collided with the Silver Planet Devourer, creating a loud boom and forcing both parties to retreat. Song of the Green Lotus Sword. Ouyang Qingxiang seized the opportunity and charged over. Her sword chi swept across and enveloped the Silver Planet Devourer. At the same time, Lu Ming conjured the Divine Dragon Materialization Art. Two nine-clawed divine dragons pounced at the Silver Planet Devourer. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the three apocalyptic strikes at the Silver Planet Devourer. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang joined forces. In addition, Lu Ming's strength had increased a little. Very soon, they began to suppress the Silver Planet Devourer. Just as they were about to kill the Silver Planet Devourer, another shrill scream came from not far away. Then, with another flash of silver light, another Silver Planet Devourer came at them. Not good. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's faces darkened. There were two Silver Planet Devourers here. The two of them could deal with one Silver Planet Devourer, but it would be difficult to deal with two. Ouyang Xianxiang's breakthrough reading Omicron and novel cool. Omicron, Lise the Planet Devourer at the back pounced on Ouyang Qingxiang while the Silver Planet Devourer at the front attacked Lu Ming with all its might. Lu Ming went all out but he could only fight to a draw with the Silver Planet Devourer. However, Ouyang Qingxiang was no match for it. She was completely suppressed by the Planet Devourer behind her, and her situation was precarious. The Silver Planet Devourer's claw cut through Ouyang Qingxiang's protective green lotus and almost cut her in half. Although she managed to avoid it, a bloody gash still appeared on her body, and she was bleeding. This is bad. Lu Ming frowned. But now, he was being held back by a Silver Planet Devourer and could only protect himself. It was almost impossible to save him. Ouyang Qingxiang was injured and her situation was even more dangerous. She was forced to retreat by a Northern Bank Planet Devourer. Green Lotus awakens. Ouyang Xianxiang's eyes were filled with determination as she shouted. Her body emitted a blinding radiance as boundless sword chi gathered into a huge green lotus that enveloped her. Buzz! Buzz! The Silver Planet Devourer's sharp claws slashed at the green lotus. The green lotus trembled and sparks flew, but it was still blocked. However, the Silver Planet Devourer attacked crazily. Its two sharp claws were like lightning, slashing out hundreds of attacks in an instant. The green lotus around Ouyang Qingxiang's body trembled more and more violently. If this continued, it would not be able to hold out for long. What do we do? As Lu Ming fought with the Silver Planet Devourer, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Ouyang Qingxiang definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. If this continued, her defeat was only a matter of time. Now, there was only one path before Lu Ming, and that was to burn his ancient god heart. By burning the ancient god's heart, Lu Ming's strength would definitely soar, but the consequences would also be very serious. After the ancient god's heart was burned, it would be reduced to nothing. It was even hard to say if Lu Ming could still transform into an ancient god body in the future. It was possible that if the ancient god's heart was burned, he would not be able to transform his ancient god body in the future. That would be a great loss to Lu Ming. However, if she didn't burn her ancient god heart, Ouyang Qingxiang would most likely die here. Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Bang! Bang! The Silver Planet Devourer's attacks landed on Ouyang Qingxiang's green lotus flower, causing it to shake more and more violently. Gotcha! Finally, a crack appeared on the green lotus, and the number of cracks increased rapidly. I don't care. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could not leave them to die in such a situation. He decided to start burning his ancient god heart. However, at this moment, the green lotus around Ouyang Qingxiang exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out. Without a doubt, this aura belonged to Ouyang Qingxiang. However, it was much stronger than before. This is 5th level heavenly deity. Lu Ming was stunned. At the moment of crisis, Ouyang Qingxiang actually broke through, breaking through to the 5th level celestial deity in one go. In the celestial deity realm, the gap between each level was huge. Every breakthrough of a level would increase one's battle strength by a large margin. Furthermore, for a genius like Ouyang Qingxiang, the power of her secret skills and divine skills had also increased sharply. A green sword chi bloomed from Ouyang Qingxiang's hand and slashed toward the silver planet devourer. Buzz! Sparks flew in all directions as the silver planet devourer was sent flying by Ouyang Xianxiang's slash. It crashed into a wall, and gravel flew everywhere. Green Lotus Sword Song, Kill, Die. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted. A bright sword light exploded and slashed at the silver devourer. When she was at the 4th level celestial deity realm, Ouyang Qingxiang's strength was not as good as the silver planet devourer. However, after her breakthrough, her strength was completely above the silver planet devourer and even Lu Ming. The sword light enveloped the silver planet devourer. The situation was completely different from before. Previously, Ouyang Qingxiang was at a disadvantage against the silver planet devourer, but now, Ouyang Qingxiang was completely suppressing the silver planet devourer. Buzz! The sword light and the silver planet devourer kept colliding. After dozens of collisions, Ouyang Qingxiang seized the opportunity and cut open the silver planet devourer's abdomen with one strike, severely injuring it. Then, a ray of sword light swept out and killed the silver planet devourer. After killing the opponent, Ouyang Xianxia rushed toward Lu Ming and the silver planet devourer that Lu Ming was fighting. The two of them joined forces and naturally crushed the planet devourer. After a few moves, they killed the other party. Then, he put away the two silver planet devourers' heads. Holy Maiden Qingxiang, you're amazing. You managed to break through at the critical moment. Lu Ming smiled. I was lucky this time. I had no choice but to risk my life just now, but I didn't expect to succeed. Ouyang Xianxia smiled. With Ouyang Xianxiang's breakthrough, they were more confident. As long as they did not encounter too many silver planet devourers at once, they had nothing to fear. Hence, they slowly descended again. After that, they didn't encounter a single planet devourer. It seemed like the two silver planet devourers from before were all the planet devourers. Not long after, the two of them finally arrived at the crack. There was a huge underground space under the crack. It was very spacious and there were many passages leading in all directions. On the other side of the space, they saw the gold planet devourer. It was the one that they had injured earlier. The long spear that Lu Ming had stabbed the devourer with had been pulled out and thrown aside. Its wound had already stopped bleeding, but its breathing was still very weak. In Lu Ming's previous move, the divine power had exploded directly in its body, blowing up the internal organs of the gold planet devourer. If it had not been for its strong vitality, it would have died. Seeing Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, the gold planet devourer let out a sharp cry. Its eyes were filled with hatred and cold killing intent. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang slowly approached the gold planet devourer, ready to launch a fatal blow. At this moment, a sharp cry was heard from one of the side passages. Then, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang saw a huge planet devourer crawling out. This planet devourer was also golden in color. It was another gold-grade planet devourer, and this one looked like it was in its best condition and was not injured. Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's expressions changed drastically. Even if Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang joined forces, they would not be a match for the golden devourer at its peak. Not good, we're retreating. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Qingxiang. The two of them soared into the sky, planning to leave this place. Chapter 2866 Burning Ancient God's Heart Reading Omicron and Novel Cool. Omicron, Lise. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed from another direction. Then, a huge creature appeared above Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang's heads. Several golden lights slashed at Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang with a terrifying whistling sound. Not good. At the critical moment, the two of them burst out with their own attacks to resist. However, the attacks that were aimed at them were too powerful. Their bodies shook violently and they were blasted to the ground. They landed heavily on the ground and created two large pits. The two of them felt their bodies go numb, and their qi and blood churned. They almost vomited blood. The third gold planet devourer. Ouyang Qingxiang's voice trembled. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was another gold planet devourer that had attacked them. There were 3 gold planet devourers here. The gold planet devourer that had appeared behind them was suspended in the air, blocking their retreat. The second gold planet devourer slowly strolled toward the two. Just as Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang were thinking of a way to escape, sharp sounds were heard from a few other directions. Then, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang saw golden figures crawling out of the caves one after another. Gold planet devourers. They were all gold planet devourers. Lu Ming glanced around and saw 10 of them. In addition to the one that they had injured earlier, there were 11 of them. Their hearts continued to sink. There were 11 gold planet devourers here. The two of them couldn't even defeat one gold planet devourer, let alone 11 of them. It's over, it's over. Lu Ming, I've implicated you this time. Ouyang Qingxiang's face was as white as snow. Facing 11 gold-tier planet devourers, no matter how strong they were, they would die without a doubt. We might have a chance to fight. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Go all out, there was no other way, he could only go all out. It seems like he'll have to burn the ancient god heart today. Lu Ming sighed. When he was dealing with the 2 silver planet devourers, he had already planned to burn the ancient god heart. However, after Ouyang Qingxiang had a breakthrough, he naturally did not need to burn it. At first, he thought that there was no need to burn the heart of the ancient god. He never expected that there were actually 11 gold-grade planet devourers here. This was simply a gold-grade planet devourer's lair. There's a way? Ouyang Qingxiang was bewildered. She really couldn't think of any way to deal with 11 gold-grade planet devourers at the same time. Stand behind me, Lu Ming said. Ouyang Qingxiang trusted Lu Ming very much. When she heard that, her figure flashed and she appeared behind Lu Ming. At this moment, they were surrounded by 11 gold-tier planet devourers. The 11 gold-grade planet devourers shrieked, emitting cold-killing intent. All of a sudden, other than the injured planet devourer, the other 10 pounced on Lu Ming at the same time. Come, ancient god's heart, burn. Lu Ming roared, and the ancient god was instantly set ablaze. As the ancient god's heart burned, waves of majestic energy rushed out and gushed into every part of Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's ancient god body grew stronger. Lu Ming let out a violent roar, as if an ancient god had come back to life. Buzz! Lu Ming shook his long spear and stabbed more than 10 times in an instant. More than a dozen spear lights burst out with shocking power and stabbed at the 10 gold-grade planet devourers. Bang! 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 The bodies of the 10 gold-grade planet devourers were sent flying by Lu Ming like cannonballs. They crashed into the surrounding walls, causing the entire underground space to shake violently. Ouyang Qingxiang was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin in an instant. He had sent 10 gold-grade planet devourers flying by himself. His combat strength was already far above that of the Supreme Holy Sun. As for Lu Ming, he was only at true god level. Ouyang Qingxiang's heart was in turmoil. The 10 gold-grade planet devourers let out sharp cries and rushed out of the rubble, charging at Lu Ming. Furthermore, the gold-grade planet devourer that was injured earlier also charged at Lu Ming. As for Ouyang Xianxia, she was completely ignored by the gold-grade planet devourers. In their hearts, Lu Ming was the biggest threat. As long as they got rid of Lu Ming, they could kill Ouyang Xianxia at any time. Die! At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with a brutal aura. There was only one word in his heart, and that was fight. Battle! 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 Lu Ming waved his long spear and stabbed it fiercely at the abdomen of a gold-grade planet devourer, ignoring the other planet devourers. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through a gold-grade planet devourer and pinned it to the ground. At the same time, the attacks of the other gold-grade planet devourers had already landed on Lu Ming. "Be careful!" Ouyang Xianxia exclaimed. "Buzz! Buzz! Bush!" The sharp claws of the other golden devourers slashed at Lu Ming's body. However, the sharp claws from before did not manage to cut through Lu Ming's body. The green scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body became extremely hard. The gold-grade planet devourer's sharp claws slashed on the scales on Lu Ming's body, producing clanking sounds and sparks, leaving shallow white marks on them. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and stabbed another gold-grade planet devourer with his spear. He grabbed another gold-grade planet devourer with his other hand and crushed it. Lu Ming was too powerful when he was burning the ancient god's heart. He completely crushed the 11 gold-level planet devourers. Next, Lu Ming unleashed his lightning-like methods and started a terrifying massacre. The terrifying gold-grade planet devourers were killed by Lu Ming one after another. Not long after, the 11 gold-grade planet devourers were all killed, lying on the ground. Ouyang Xianxia was dumbfounded and completely stunned. "Ooh!" At this moment, Lu Ming was panting heavily. His body was shrinking rapidly, turning into the size of an ordinary person. He felt a sense of weakness as if he was about to faint. The ancient god's heart is almost extinguished. Lu Ming sensed the ancient god's heart and realized that it was dead silent. It was not as vigorous as before. He was afraid that he could not even use the ancient god body. Fortunately, all 11 golden devourers have been killed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. As long as he could keep his life, the temporary losses were nothing. "Lu Ming, are you all right?" Only then did Ouyang Xianxia come to her senses and ran toward Lu Ming. "I'm fine." Lu Ming smiled. "Ah, good, very good. You actually killed more than 10 of my good-for-nothing subordinates. Very good." At this moment, a sharp laugh rang out. Chapter 2868 Purple Copper Coffin opens. Please visit Oxford. Omicronym to enjoy reading. Just as Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, a shrill laughter rang out, and their expressions changed. "Who is it?" Ouyang Xianxia shouted. This voice was very unfamiliar to her. It didn't belong to the sacred sun of reflection or the supreme sacred sun. "Cut cut." A voice came from one of the caves. Then, a huge figure crawled out of the cave. Without a doubt, this huge creature was a planet devourer, and it was completely golden. Another gold-tier planet devourer. Moreover, this gold-grade planet devourer was very different from the gold-grade planet devourer that had appeared before. This gold-grade planet devourer actually had 3 heads and 6 extremely sharp front claws. It looked very horrifying. Not good, it's a mutated gold-grade planet devourer. Its strength is several times stronger than a normal gold-grade planet devourer. Bone shouted in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming's heart sank. This one was actually a mutated gold-grade planet devourer, which was several times stronger than a normal gold-grade planet devourer. How could they fight it? Given Lu Ming's current physical condition, he was not even a match for a silver-grade planet devourer, let alone a gold-grade one. Furthermore, this planet devourer could speak, unlike the previous planet devourers. Human brat, you're really powerful. You have so many trump cards. Luckily, I'm smart enough to let those idiots come out first. Now, what do you have to fight me with? Go to hell." The mutated golden planet devourer shrieked. It waved its sharp claws and slashed at Lu Ming. A golden ray of light slashed at him. "Song of the Green Lotus Sword, die." Ouyang Xianxia shouted and stood in front of Lu Ming. She used all her strength to cast the Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. A huge sword chi slashed forward. With Ouyang Xianxia's current cultivation at the 5th level celestial deity realm, her full power was astonishing. However, when her sword light clashed with the mutated gold-rank devourer's light, her sword light instantly shattered. Ouyang Xianxia groaned and her body flew far away. She hit the wall and spat out a large mouthful of blood. One of her battle armors was split open, revealing a wound that was so deep that her bones could be seen. With just one move, Ouyang Qingxiang was severely injured and no longer able to fight. You want to stop me with such strength? You're simply looking for death. The mutated golden planet devourer let out a sharp laugh and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Kid, your cultivation is very low, but you're so powerful. There must be a secret. I can feel that your flesh and blood are full of energy. It must be delicious. As long as I eat you, my strength will definitely rise by a large margin. The mutated gold-grade planet devourer's scarlet tongue sneered and it walked towards Lu Ming unhurriedly. Senior Bone, what should we do now? Lu Ming was seeking help from the bone demon. Kid, don't count on me. With my current condition, I can't beat this mutated gold-grade planet devourer. Your only hope now is that purple copper coffin. Bone said, that purple copper coffin? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, that purple copper coffin is as heavy as a mountain. If we use it to sneak attack, we might be able to heavily injure it. You guys can take the chance to escape. Bone said, all right. Lu Ming nodded. This was the only plan they had now. With a single thought, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the scroll flew out, flying towards the mutated gold-grade planet devourer and above its head. A broken painting scroll, break for me. The mutant golden planet devourer let out a sharp laugh, its sharp claws slashing towards the painting, trying to tear it apart. Smash it! Lu Ming roared and controlled the scroll. The scroll shook and a purple bronze coffin fell from the scroll, smashing heavily towards the mutated gold-level planet devourer. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! The mutated gold-grade planet devourer's sharp claws kept slashing at the purple copper coffin, making clanking sounds. However, it could not slow down the speed of the purple copper coffin's descent at all. Bang! The purple coffin was as heavy as a mountain. It fell on the mutated golden planet devourer, almost crushing one of its heads. The mutant gold planet devourer was pressed to the ground, its 6 claws flailing about madly, struggling. It's really useful. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect the purple copper coffin to be so heavy that it could crush the mutated gold planet devourer. This is a good opportunity. How could Lu Ming miss this opportunity? He mustered all his remaining strength and charged at the mutated gold planet devourer with the long spear in hand. Lu Ming aimed his spear at the neck of the mutated golden planet devourer. However, the other party's head tilted to the side. Lu Ming did not stab his neck. Instead, he stabbed the carapace on the other party's head. There was the sound of a nail being nailed and sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming did not penetrate the other party's defense. Lu Ming was not in his ancient god body state. There was a huge difference between their abilities. As long as he did not hit his opponent's vital points, he could not even break through his opponent's defense. You want to hide? Let's see how you can hide. Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out, specifically aiming for the other party's soft vital points such as the eyes and neck. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it, don't even think about it, die, die. The mutated golden planet devourer roared madly. Its 3 heads writhed and its 6 sharp claws reached out randomly. A few of its claws grabbed onto the purple copper coffin, trying to push it open. Gotcha! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the purple copper coffin. That was because the mutated golden planet devourer's sharp claws had grabbed the lid of the purple copper coffin. Just now, the lid had been pushed a little. Gotcha! Then, the lid of the coffin was pushed a little bit more, and there was a small gap between the lid and the body of the coffin. At this moment, a roar came from the gap of the purple copper coffin. This roar was earth-shattering, causing Lu Ming's eardrums to ring and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a terrifying aura emanated from the purple copper coffin, enveloping Lu Ming and the mutated golden planet devourer. Roar! The roars from the purple bronze coffin became even more terrifying. A terrifying force pressed down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming could not move at all. It was as if he was being controlled. Even his senses were being controlled. Everything before his eyes was pitch black. However, in the next moment his eyes lit up again. Then, he realized that he had actually arrived in the universe. In the starry sky, there was an incomparably huge giant whose fist was bigger than a planet. Ancient god. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. This was clearly an ancient god. The ancient god roared and punched out. In the starry sky, planets exploded one after another. The scene was extremely terrifying. Ancient god body in green armor, please visit Oxford. Omicronum to enjoy reading, but the next moment, the scene changed again. Lu Ming came to the other side of the boundless starry sky. He saw a group of ancient gods in this starry sky. Yes, not one, but a group. This group of ancient gods, each of their bodies was indomitable and incomparably huge. Each one of them exuded a terrifying aura. The entire universe trembled under such pressure. These ancient gods seemed to be fighting with something. It was simply destructive. The universe's starry sky shattered and exploded one after another. Lu Ming even saw the galaxies exploding and being destroyed. Such a scene was truly shocking. However, the next moment, the scene changed again. Lu Ming saw a purple bronze coffin floating in the starry sky. It kept floating and he did not know where it was floating to. Lu Ming had been drifting in the starry sky. He did not know how long it had been. He was sleepy and slowly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed before he woke up again. What greeted his eyes was an underground cave. Lu Ming, are you all right? A crisp sound was transmitted to Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Ouyang Qingxiang's concerned gaze. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and then looked around. He was still in the same underground cave, but the mutant gold planet devourer was dead. His entire body was shriveled, and the golden armor on his body was extremely dim. There was no sign of life, as if all the essence in his body had been sucked away. The purple copper coffin was still suppressing the mutated golden planet devourer. However, the lid of the coffin, which had been slightly open, was now completely closed without a single gap. What were those things I saw just now? Was it the strange phenomenon in the purple copper coffin? Also, why is the mutated gold planet devourer dead, but I, Ouyang Xianxia, am fine? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he had many questions. It's dangerous, kid. It's really dangerous this time. I'm in big trouble because of you. Bone Demon's voice came from his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming's inner consciousness discovered that the Bone Demon was lying on the scroll. The bone armor, which was originally shiny, had dimmed and looked listless. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Ming asked. It's all because I helped you close that purple gold coffin. Bone shouted. Purple copper coffin? Senior, what exactly is in that purple copper coffin? The mutated gold planet devourer, did it die because of the purple gold coffin? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. That's right. The mutated gold planet devourer died because of the purple copper coffin. As for what's inside the purple copper coffin, I don't know either. Maybe there's the corpse of an unparalleled master buried inside, or maybe there's an entire world or a part of history buried inside. Bone muttered, his eyes shining with a serious light. Buried an entire world, a piece of history? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was understandable to bury an expert, but to bury an entire world, a piece of history, what was going on? My guess is that the origin of this purple copper coffin is shocking. I don't know what's in it, but it's very dangerous. No, extremely dangerous. It's a good thing that I only opened a small crack this time. Otherwise, God knows what would have happened. It would have been extremely terrifying, and you and I would have both died. Kid, don't try to open this purple copper coffin so easily in the future. Bone warned. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, this time I really suffered a great loss in order to cover the purple copper coffin. You, on the other hand, got a great bargain. Bone said unhappily. I picked up a big bargain? Lu Ming was puzzled. However, he was stunned at the next moment. He realized that his body was filled with power. His ancient god heart was beating with great strength. and his qi and blood were surging to the extreme. Previously, he had burned the ancient god's heart and almost used up all of its energy. But now, it had recovered and was even more powerful than before. Lu Ming had a feeling that his ancient god body had made a breakthrough. If he could turn into an ancient god body now, he might not only be a green-armored ancient god, but a level 5 green-armored ancient god body. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart thumped. He planned to give it a try. After greeting Ouyang Qingxiang, Lu Ming's body continued to grow. In the end, he turned into an ancient god that was 200 meters tall. The scales all over his body were no longer green, but had turned blue. It really was the green-armored ancient god. Lu Ming was ecstatic. At that moment, he felt that he had an endless amount of energy in his body. He was many times stronger than before. My cultivation has also broken through and reached the limit of stage 9 true god realm. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that his cultivation had also broken through. Not only did he reach the 9th stage true god, but he had also reached the limit of the 9th stage true god. He was not far from the celestial god level. What's going on? Could it be related to the strange phenomenon I saw earlier? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. What he had just seen was all about the ancient gods. An ancient god destroyed one planet after another with a single punch and traversed the starry sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. In another scene, a group of ancient gods was fighting with the enemy. The scene was even more shocking. The universe's starry sky was shattered, and the entire galaxy collapsed. All of this was definitely related to the purple copper coffin. A blessing in disguise. It was really a blessing in disguise. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. Previously, he had burned his ancient god's heart and fought fiercely with the gold planet devourer. It was best that the energy of the ancient god's heart was almost exhausted. Lu Ming thought that he would never use the ancient god body again. He did not expect that not only could he use the ancient god body, but it had also evolved to the green-armored ancient god. He had even broken through in his cultivation, saving him a lot of time. The bone demon was right. Lu Ming had really picked up a great bargain. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that he had let the bone demon down. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and transformed back into his human form. At the side, Ouyang Qingxiang had been in a state of shock. It took a while before she regained her senses. "Miss Ouyang, let's pack up and go out," Lu Ming told Ouyang Qingxiang. Okay. Only then did Ouyang Qingxiang nod her head repeatedly. This time, it was really a great harvest. Previously, Lu Ming had killed 11 gold planet devourers. The mutated gold planet devourers did not give specific points. Lu Ming and the rest just treated it as an ordinary gold planet devourers. However, the mutated gold planet devourers had 3 heads, which was equivalent to 3 gold planet devourers. In total, there were 14 gold planet devourers. This was an astonishing harvest. Needless to say, they definitely had the most points in this competition. They didn't believe that the Supreme Saint Sun and the Transient Light Saint Sun would have so many points. Chapter 2871 Whose Harvest is Greater? Please visit Oxville. Omicronym. To enjoy reading, the two of them flew out of the underground crack and met up with Kong Chong and Lu Jie. When Kong Chong and Lu Jie found out that Lu Ming and the rest had killed 14 gold planet devourers, they were stunned and could not react for a long time. There was still a long time before the 3-month deadline. They didn't go out and killed some planet devourers while they were at it. In the days that followed, they didn't encounter any gold planet devourers, but they did encounter some silver and bronze planet devourers. Now that Ouyang Qingxiang had a breakthrough in her cultivation and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased, it was much easier to kill devourers. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could easily kill the silver planet devourer even if he was facing it alone. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. 3 months later, Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the other two returned to the passageway they had entered from. Once the 3-month period was up, they flew into the vortex and returned to the Kong Xian sect's competition ground. The Kong Xian sect was still crowded. 3 months' time was just a blink of an eye to everyone. It would pass by in a short time. Look, they're out. Someone suddenly called out. Then, everyone saw figures appear in the teleportation array in the sky. The Supreme Saint Sun, the Transient Light Saint Sun, Lu Ming, and the others appeared almost at the same time and sized each other up. 4 people went in from each side, and 4 people came out. There was no loss. Hee hee, I wonder how many planet devourers you've killed? Let's take a look. The Supreme Saint's gaze swept across the sacred sun of reflection, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the others as he spoke coldly. You'll know in a moment. The sacred sun of reflection snorted. Ouyang Xianxiang's expression was calm and she did not say anything. However, Kong Chong and Lu Jie's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. They were looking forward to the expressions of the Supreme Holy Sun and the others when they saw their gains. The others in the surroundings were also making guesses. I wonder which side will gain more this time? That goes without saying. It must be the Supreme Holy Sun. With his combat power, he can definitely kill many planet devourers. That's right. I still stand by my original judgment. The Supreme Saint is first, and the Transient Light Saint is second. As for Ouyang Xianxia and Lu Ming, they are definitely the weakest. Some people were very firm and still believed that Ouyang Qingxiang and Lu Ming's side were the weakest. Okay, now, take out the planet devourers you've killed. 1 point for the bronze-grade planet devourers, 5 points for the silver-grade planet devourers, and 50 points for the gold-grade planet devourers. The Supreme Doyen of the Senate stepped out again and announced loudly. Floating Light, didn't you want me to know how many planet devourers you've killed? Take it out and let's see. The Supreme Saint looked at the Transient Light Saint Sun and the others. In the Supreme Saint's mind, the biggest competitor this round was still the Sacred Sun of Reflection. After all, the Sacred Sun of Reflection had 4 Sacred Suns and Saintesses working together. As long as he knew what the Sacred Sun of Reflection and the others had obtained, he would have more confidence. The Sacred Sun snorted and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, the heads of the planet devourers flew out and floated in the air. There were silver ones and bronze ones. Lu Ming took a glance and saw the number. There were 12 silver planet devourers and 52 bronze devourers. There were a total of 64. Lu Ming was not too surprised by the number. Currently, the Sacred Sun of Reflection was also at the 5th level heavenly deity realm. His combat strength was definitely not weaker than Ouyang Qingxiang's. With the other 3 Sacred Suns and Saintesses working together, killing a silver-grade planet devourer would definitely not be a problem. It was normal for them to kill 12 in 3 months if they cooperated well. The Supreme Holy Sun swept his gaze across and revealed a relaxed look. 12 silver-grade planet devourers, 60 points in total. 52 bronze-grade devourers, 52 points. A total of 112 points. The Supreme Martial Artist announced. The crowd didn't speak. Most of them didn't have much of an idea of the planet devourer's strength, so they didn't have much of an idea about 112 points. He also needed to know the points of the others and compare them before he could come to a conclusion. Hee hee, only 112 points and you want to compete with me? The Supreme Holy Sun chuckled and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, the heads of the planet devourers flew out. There were silver and bronze. 18 silver planet devourers' heads and 80 bronze planet devourers' heads. The Sacred Sun of Reflection's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw this number. The Supreme Saint looked at the Reflection Saint's Sun smugly, then at Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. He chuckled and said, "Do you think that's all I've gained? Then you guys better watch carefully." After saying that, the Supreme Holy Sun waved his hand again, and another planet devourer's head flew out. The head of the planet devourer was golden in color. The head of the gold planet devourer. Seeing the head, the Floating Light Saint Sun, Jixia Saint Sun, Yenkong Saint Sun, and Xuetan Saint Sun all turned pale. Even Ouyang Qingxiang and the others had a grave expression on their faces. The Supreme Holy Sun and the others were actually able to kill a gold-grade planet devourer. Their strength was truly shocking. A smile appeared on Ji Zun's old face as he loudly announced, "On the side of the Supreme Universe, We have killed a gold planet devourer, 18 silver planet devourers, and 80 bronze planet devourers. We have obtained a total of 220 points. The sacred son's face turned even uglier. The points that they had obtained were only about half of the supreme sacred son's. The difference was too great. The crowd was in a heated discussion again. As expected of the supreme holy son, he actually obtained 220 points. That's almost double the amount of points the transient light holy sun has. The sacred sun of floating light has 4 sacred sons and saintesses working together. If they were to split up, wouldn't they be even worse off? The gap is too big. The difference is indeed shocking. Among all the holy sons and holy virgins, the supreme holy son is the best. I knew that no one could defeat the supreme holy son. I haven't even calculated the points of holy maiden Xianxia and holy son Lu Ming. Needless to say, holy maiden Xianxia and holy son Lu Ming have the least number of people. I bet they won't have more than 100 points. In the midst of the discussion, the supreme holy son turned his gaze to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. You two, where are your gains? Take them out and have a look. The supreme saint said with a relaxed expression. He also felt that Lu Ming and the rest's gains would definitely not exceed that of the sacred son of reflection and the rest. Chapter 2871 Shocking. Everyone please visit Oxford. Omicron M to enjoy reading. Since you want to see it, then you can watch it. Ouyang Xianxia said calmly before stepping into the air. Lu Ming did not move. After all, he was here to help Ouyang Qingxiang. Therefore, he gave all the planet devourer heads to Ouyang Qingxiang. Not far from Zhizun Dong, the storage ring on Ouyang Qingxiang's hand glowed. Then, the heads of the planet devourers flew out. Ouyang Xianxia started by taking out 101 bronze-grade planet devourer heads. So many, everyone was shocked. 101 bronze-level heads would give him 101 points. 101 points. By the way, didn't you just say that Holy Son Lu Ming and the others won't have more than 100 points? Someone spoke and looked at the person who said that Lu Ming's group would definitely not have more than 100 points. That person's face immediately turned red and he was extremely ashamed. I've only just reached 100 points. It's not even the lowest point. That person said stubbornly. It wasn't just the others. Even the Supreme Holy Son's expression changed. However, when he saw that the 101 planet devourers' heads were bronze-grade, he let out a sigh of relief. There are quite a number of them, but they're all bronze-level ones. I'm guessing that you've been hunting bronze-level devourers all this while. That's right. With your abilities and Lu Ming's, even if you join forces, you might not be a match for a silver planet devourer. You can only kill bronze-level planet devourers. The Supreme Holy Son laughed. The sacred son of reflection and the others nodded. They thought so too because they knew how terrifying the silver-grade planet devourer was. Even if they were to face a silver-grade planet devourer, they would need 4 people to work together to kill it. Even if Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang worked together, they would not be able to kill the silver-grade planet devourer. They would only be able to kill the bronze-grade planet devourer. If he focused on killing the bronze-level planet devourers, he could still kill 101 bronze-level planet devourers in 3 months if he was lucky. We didn't manage to kill a silver-tier planet devourer? Who told you about the Supreme Universe? You're taking it for granted. I'm not done taking them. Ouyang Xianxia smiled faintly and waved her hand again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silver planet devourer heads flew out. There were 20 of them. During this period of time, Lu Ming and the rest had killed a total of 20 silver-level devourers. It was 2 more than the Supreme Holy Son's 18. Many people's eyes popped out and they were dumbfounded. The fact that Ouyang Xianxia could take out 20 silver-grade planet devourers' heads at one go was beyond everyone's expectations. How is this possible? The Floating Light Saint Sun, Jixia Saint Sun, Yenkong Saint Sun, and Xuetan Saint Daughter all widened their eyes in disbelief. They had worked hard, and the 4 of them had only managed to kill 12 silver planet devourers. They thought that they had done their best. They could still accept the fact that the Supreme Holy Son had killed more than them. However, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang had killed so many. Their self-esteem had taken a huge blow. The Supreme Holy Sun's expression turned ugly. He had never expected this outcome. What do you think, Supreme Universe? Ouyang Qingxiang looked at the Supreme Holy Sun and said, now that she had a breakthrough in her cultivation and Lu Ming's combat strength had soared to a shocking level, she was much more confident when facing the Supreme Saint. Umph. The Supreme Saint snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, not bad. You guys managed to kill 20 silver planet devourers. That's beyond my expectations. Wait a minute, Ouyang Qingxiang, so you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. No wonder. The Supreme Saint's eyes glowed with a dense divine light as he stared at Ouyang Xianxia. After carefully sizing her up, he could finally tell that Ouyang Xianxia's cultivation had broken through. She was no longer a 4th-level heavenly god but a 5th-level heavenly god. Ouyang Xianxia has broken through. The expressions of the sacred sun of reflection and the others also darkened. Ouyang Qingxiang had broken through and reached the 5th-level heavenly deity realm. They had another powerful enemy. Ouyang Xianxia, so what if you've broken through? You're still far from being able to compete with me. Also, your points in the first round were only 201 points. You couldn't even beat me in the first round, so you'll have no chance in the second round, the Supreme Holy Sun said confidently. Supreme Universe, how did you know that I only have 201 points? Ouyang Qingxiang waited for the Paragon Holy Sun to finish speaking before speaking again. What? The Supreme Holy Sun's expression turned serious. Don't tell me you still have the planet devourer's head that you haven't taken out? You've become smarter this time. Open your eyes wide and watch. Ouyang Qingxiang said. With a wave of her hand, rays of golden light burst forth. Then, golden planet devourer heads appeared in the sky. Ouyang Qingxiang took out all 14 of the gold planet devourer's heads. Silence. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. When they saw Ouyang Xianxia take out the head of the gold planet devourer, everyone was dumbfounded. They were completely stunned. Even the elders who had seen great storms and waves, and even the sect master of the Kongshen sect, Long Zhousan, were the same. Ouyang Xianxia's act of taking out 14 gold planet devourers' heads was also beyond their expectations. As for the floating light Saint Sun, the Supreme Saint Sun, and the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew that Ouyang Qingxiang did it on purpose. She deliberately took them out one by one to slap the Supreme Holy Sun in the face. A woman's desire for revenge is very strong. As long as she gets the chance, she will definitely seek revenge to the death. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. All right, huh? At this moment, a laugh was heard. It was Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather. He was the first to react and burst into laughter. At this time, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. The heads of 14 gold-tier planet devourers? This is impossible. Ouyang Qingxiang, how did you get them? The Supreme Holy Sun roared. He still found it hard to believe. He knew how terrifying the gold-grade planet devourer was. In these 3 months, he had fought many gold-grade planet devourers and had fierce battles. Although his strength could suppress a gold-grade planet devourer, it was not much stronger. It was very difficult to kill a gold-grade planet devourer. He had injured several gold-tier planet devourers, but they all escaped. Later on, he was lucky and used the terrain to trap a gold-grade planet devourer to death. But now, Ouyang Qingxiang had taken out the heads of 14 gold planet devourers. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 2871 Despicable Supreme Takes Action. Please visit Oxford. Omicronym to enjoy reading. I don't need to tell you how I obtained the Supreme Universe. You don't have the right to know. Ouyang Xianxia said indifferently. The Supreme Holy Sun rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He shouted, I know, you guys must have been lucky to have found the burial ground of the planet Devourer and dug up the bodies of many gold-tier planet Devourers. That's why you were able to get so many heads of the planet Devourers. And look, these 3 heads are shriveled, caused by the loss of too much essence. This must be the gold planet devourer that has been dead for many years. Finally, the Supreme Holy Sun pointed at the heads of the 3 mutated golden devourers. The head of the mutated golden devourer looked like it had been dead for many years because of the purple copper coffin. The Supreme Holy Sun's words made many people come to a realization. So that's how it is. No, that must be it. They're lucky to have found the graveyard where the planet is buried. That's right. Otherwise, if the Supreme Holy Sun could only kill 1 gold planet devourer, how could they have killed 14? It's like a fantasy. Yes, I guess that's how they got their bronze planet devourers and silver planet devourers. My luck is too good. The crowd was in a heated discussion. On the other hand, Ouyang Xianxia, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie's faces turned ugly. Who said we've come across the burial ground of the planet devourer? I'm telling you, we killed these planet devourers with our own hands. Ouyang Xianxia shouted. You killed it yourself? Haha, Ouyang Xianxia, do you have the strength to do so? It's you? Or Lu Ming? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you? Supreme Universe sneered. He did not believe that Ouyang Xianxia, Lu Ming, and the rest could kill so many planet devourers. You're making wild guesses. Supreme Elder, you can announce the scores now. Ouyang Xianxia coldly snorted, then looked at Supreme Being Dong. Supreme Martial Artist Dong's face was somewhat gloomy. However, he could only announce Ouyang Xianxiang's score at this moment. Ouyang Xianxia, a total of 14 golden devourer heads, 20 silver devourer heads, and 101 silver devourer heads, a total of 801 points. The Supreme Martial Artist announced. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. 801 points, almost 600 more than the Supreme Holy Sun. Such a high score made the competition this time simple and confusing. Perhaps, Ouyang Xianxia would be able to use her advantage in this round to obtain the final victory. Alright, the first round is over. Next, let's move on to the second round. The Grandmaster's voice rang out, and his eyes flickered with a scheming light as he said, the second round is very simple. The 3 of you, 12 people, will go up to the fighting stage together. It will be a chaotic battle between the 3 sides. Whoever remains on the fighting stage will be the winner. The winner will be the future Zongzi. As soon as he said that, many people were stunned. Ouyang Xianxiang's grandfather was even more furious. He stepped forward and said, Paragon move? What's the meaning of this? The rules of the second round are inappropriate. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Supreme Martial Artist Dong sneered. Nonsense, of course it's inappropriate. This way, the winner will be decided in the second round. What's the point of the first round then? As I said before, we will combine the points from both rounds. The one with the highest points will be the future Zongzi. Ouyang Xianxiang's grandfather retorted loudly. Lu Ming, Ouyang Xianxia, and the rest also looked gloomy. The actions of the Supreme Martial Artist were clearly biased towards the Supreme Martial Artist universe. He had used this rule because he saw that the Supreme Universe was too far behind in points in the first round. If he combined the points of the 2 rounds, the Supreme Universe might not be able to compete with Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia. In this way, the first round of the competition was meaningless. I've said before that the second round will be based on an arena tournament, combining the points from both rounds. However, I think that's more inappropriate. The future Zongzis must have the strongest combat strength. The weaker one will be chosen as a Zongzi. Taking over the Kong Xian sect in the future will only make the Kong Xian sect weaker and weaker. Only the strongest person can lead the Kong Xian sect to become the strongest in the future. The Supreme Martial Artist said. The Supreme Martial Artist is moving. You're quibbling, Ouyang Xianxiang's grandfather shouted angrily. What excuse? However, in the first round, Ouyang Xianxia, Lu Ming, and the rest did not rely on their own strength to hunt and obtain so many points. They were lucky and obtained the burial ground of a planet devourer. This is not the purpose of the test at all. If you want to count them by points, that's fine. It'll only be meaningful if Ouyang Xianxia and the others' points in the first round are cleared to 0. Supreme Martial Artist Dong sneered. Supreme Martial Artist, what makes you think that Xianxia and the others got their points by luck and not by killing with their strength? Ouyang Xianxia's grandfather shouted. Supreme move was despicable. Previously, the Supreme Holy Son's tone only said that he guessed that Ouyang Xianxia and the rest had obtained the burial ground of the planet Devourer. However, Supreme Move directly asserted that Lu Ming and the rest had obtained the burial ground of the planet Devourer and did not rely on their own strength. He rejected the results of Lu Ming and the rest. Ouyang Xianxia, Kong Chong, and Lu Jie were all furious. Kill them with their own strength? Can they kill 14 gold planet devourers? If they were able to kill 14 golden planet devourers with their true strength, then I, the Supreme One, would be able to write my name backwards. Supreme Martial Artist Dong sneered. Ouyang Xianxia's grandfather was furious, but he had nothing to say. In fact, he also felt that Lu Ming, Ouyang Xianxia, and the rest had also obtained the burial ground of the planet Devourer. Therefore, he could not refute it at the moment. I agree with the Supreme Elder's suggestion. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. It's Lu Ming. He actually agrees with the Supreme Elder's opinion. He probably has a guilty conscience and knows that he didn't get the points in the right way, so he agreed. That's for sure. In guessing that he doesn't dare to offend the Supreme Holy Son and the Supreme Doyen. Many people were guessing. The person who spoke just now was naturally Lu Ming. You agree? The Supreme Martial Artist also looked at Lu Ming. To be honest, he was also a little surprised that Lu Ming would agree. That's right, I agree. I think what the Supreme Elder said makes sense. Since it's a Zongzi contest, strength should be the deciding factor. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, Ouyang Xianxia was anxious and quickly sent a message to Lu Ming. If they followed the Supreme Martial Artist's method, then the advantage they had built up in the first round would be completely useless. Chapter 2872 Joining Hands. Please visit Oxford. Omicronym to enjoy reading. Don't worry, trust me. Lu Ming smiled and sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Xianxia. Lu Ming's words made the others look dumbfounded. Some of them looked puzzled while others sneered. Alright, since you've agreed to it, let's do it this way. Ouyang Xianxia, Sacred Son of Reflection, do you have any objections? The Supreme Martial Artist said. I have no objections. Ouyang Xianxia's eyes flickered. In the end, she nodded in agreement and chose to believe Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly this time. He might be able to fight against the Supreme Holy Son. I don't have any objections either. The Sacred Son of Reflection also nodded. In the first round, his points were last. Whether it was compared to the Supreme Holy Son or Lu Ming and the others, the difference was too great. This change would be beneficial to him. If he were to fight with his own strength, he might be able to fight with the Supreme Holy Son if he gathered the strength of the other 3 Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. How could he not agree? Brother, you see, they themselves have already agreed. Are you still going to object? The Supreme Martial Artist's gaze shifted to Ouyang Xianxia's grandfather. Ouyang Xianxia's grandfather was against it, but since Ouyang Xianxia and the others had agreed, he couldn't say anything more. He could only keep quiet with a gloomy face. Alright, then it's decided. You guys can go up the stage and fight. The Supreme Martial Artist announced. During this entire process, Dragon Boat Mountain didn't say anything, as if they didn't want to interfere. Buzz, buzz, and NBSP whoosh. In a flash, the Supreme Holy Son, the Transient Light Holy Son, Lu Ming, and the others all rushed up to the fighting ring. 4 people from each side stood in 3 different directions of the fighting ring, forming a triangular formation. The competition began. The Supreme Martial Artist announced. However, none of the 3 parties moved. All 3 parties wanted to wait for the other 2 parties to make the first move so that they could reap the benefits. No one would make the first move to help others. For a moment, the 3 parties were sizing each other up and confronting each other. Everyone around the fighting ring held their breath. They understood that none of the 3 parties would easily make a move. However, once they did, they would use a thunderous strike and erupt into an astonishing battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Supreme Saint had a calm smile on his face as his gaze swept across Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, the transient light saint's son, and the others. Among these people, the only one that he was slightly afraid of was Lu Ming. Lu Ming always gave her an unfathomable feeling. He was the only person he valued. As for the others, he didn't even put them in his eyes. Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, why don't we join forces and blast the floating light down first? Then, we'll decide who's the winner. What do you think? Suddenly, the Supreme Holy Sun sent a message to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Let's join forces first? Ouyang Qingxiang's eyes flashed as she considered the possibility of this suggestion. If they worked together with the Supreme Saint Sun to eliminate the transient light Saint Sun's side, they would have to face the Supreme Saint's challenge alone. It would be impossible to find anyone to work with. Ouyang Qingxiang was initially thinking of teaming up with the Sacred Sun of Reflection to deal with the Supreme Being together. Then they would have a showdown. However, she was afraid that the Sacred Sun of Reflection would team up with the Supreme Sacred Sun to deal with them first. Thus, she hesitated. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming responded directly. Ouyang Xianxiang's gaze flickered, but she did not object. She could only choose to believe Lu Ming now. All right. The Supreme Saint Sun's eyes flickered as he looked at the transient light Saint Sun. He suddenly stepped forward, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, the three people behind the Supreme Saint Sun also released powerful auras, pressing down on the transient light Saint Sun. Then Lu Ming, Ouyang Qingxiang, and the other two also released powerful auras that surged toward the Sacred Sun of Reflection and the others. The expressions of the Sacred Sun of Reflection and the others changed. The Universe God, Lu Ming, you're despicable. You actually want both sides to join forces against us. The Sacred Sun of Reflection roared. Floating light, you have 4 holy sons and holy virgins. We have 4 holy sons and holy virgins in total. It's a good time to fight and decide who's stronger. That's the fairest way. The Supreme Holy Sun sneered. He was right. There were 2 saint-level characters on his side. In addition to Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang, they had 4 saint-level characters, the same as the transient light saint and the others. You, the Sacred Sun of Reflection's expression was ugly. Enough nonsense, let's fight. Die. The Supreme Saint Sun shouted. His body emitted violent divine power. The violent aura formed a storm that pressed down on the transient light Saint Sun. Paragon Divine Fist. The Supreme Saint Sun roared, and his fists glowed with a golden light. He punched out continuously, and brilliant fist prints bombarded the transient light Saint Sun. Yen Kong, you and I will hold off Supreme Universe and the others. I'll leave Xuetan, Jixia, Lu Ming, and Ouyang Qingxiang to you. The Sacred Sun of Reflection roared. At this time, he had no choice but to fight. The floating light Saint Sun's figure moved and pounced towards the Supreme Saint Sun. His 5th-level celestial deity strength completely erupted. The divine light from beyond the heavens. The Sacred Sun of Reflection howled, and his body was covered in blinding light that was brighter than the sun. The dazzling light turned into a terrifying palm print and blasted toward the Supreme Holy Sun. Boom, boom. The 2 attacks collided, creating thousands of waves. The sky was filled with dazzling light, silver white and golden. However, the golden light clearly had the upper hand. In the end, the silver white light shook and exploded. The Sacred Sun was forced back. He was completely suppressed by the Supreme Holy Sun in a direct confrontation. At the same time, the Yen Kong Saint Sun and the Supreme Saint Sun's #1 subordinate were locked in a fierce battle. That person's strength was no weaker than the Yen Kong Saint Sun's. As for the other 2, they were weaker than the saints, so they didn't make a move. Instead, they stood on the side as a lookout. On the other side, Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang were fighting against Holy Sun Jixia and Holy Maiden Xuetan. Song of the Green Lotus Sword, die. Ouyang Qingxiang shouted and slashed out a green sword light toward Holy Maiden Xuetan. Saintess Xuetan also used all her strength to resist. However, after one move, Xue Tan's body trembled and she retreated. She was no match for him. Originally, Ouyang Xianxia and Holy Maiden Xue Tan's strength were on par. However, now that Ouyang Xianxia had broken through to the 5th level Heavenly God realm, her strength was completely above Holy Maiden Xue Tan's. Having gained the upper hand in one move, Ouyang Xianxia continued to perform the Song of the Green Lotus Sword. Green lotus flowers enveloped Saintess Xue Tan, bursting out with thousands of sword qi. Saintess Xue Tan tried to block, but it was useless. After a dozen moves, she was pushed to the edge of the fighting ring with a few sword wounds on her body. An ancient god's roar was heard. It was from the ancient god body that Lu Ming had transformed into. However, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. He did not turn into a green-armored ancient god, but a green-armored ancient god. After cultivating the ancient god tactic, he could control what level of ancient god he wanted to become. Chapter 2874 dealing with floating light. Even though he had transformed into a green-armored ancient god and his cultivation was only at the 8th tier of true god, he was still able to completely suppress the Xianxia Saint Sun. Saint Sun Xia's combat power was similar to that of the Tianhong Saint Sun. Back then, Lu Ming's cultivation was also at the 8th tier of true god realm. He had transformed into a green-armored ancient god and defeated the Tianhong Saint Sun. Today, it was the same. Moon-slaying sword, moon-slaying sword. The long spear in Lu Ming's hands was as large as a mountain. He kept performing the moon-cutting move and bombarding Saint Sun Xiaxia. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the ice chain and the divine dragon materialization technique. The 9 ice chains continued to wrap around Holy Sun Xiaxia, seriously interfering with his performance. The 2 9-clawed divine dragons roared continuously and completely suppressed Saint Sun Xiaxia. Kong Chong and Lu Jie did not need to do anything. The sacred sun of reflection is going to lose. That's right. Lu Ming and Holy Maiden Xianxia's abilities are truly astonishing. When they join forces with the Supreme Saint, the Transient Light Saint and the others are no match for them. That's right. Look. The sacred sun of reflection is about to lose. The supreme sacred sun is too strong. Many of the onlookers discussed animatedly. Suddenly, someone shouted. At that moment, the supreme saint sun had completely suppressed the transient light saint sun. The terrifying fist force pressed toward the transient light saint sun like an avalanche. The sacred sun couldn't hold on any longer. The supreme saint punched him in the chest. The sacred sun screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body exploded and he was blown off the fighting ring. Ah, damn it. The sacred sun of reflection roared. Being blasted off the battle platform meant that he had lost. He no longer had any fate with the Zhongzi position, and he was truly unwilling to accept this. After the Supreme Saint Sun defeated the Transient Light Saint Sun, his body flashed and he charged toward the Yen Kong Saint Sun. Boom. A terrifying fist force crushed toward the Yen Kong Saint Sun. Although the Yen Kong Saint Sun tried his best to block it, the difference between him and the Supreme Saint Sun was too great. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was severely injured. The Saint Sun Yen Kong had been defeated. Song of the Green Lotus Sword, sword shaking the world. Die. Ouyang Xianxia shouted, and the dazzling sword light sent Holy Maiden Xue Tan flying. Holy Maiden Xue Tan had been defeated. All of a sudden, only Saint Sun Xiaxia was left on the sacred sun's side. He was struggling to hold on in Lu Ming's hands, but his defeat was only a matter of time. The Supreme Holy Sun's gaze swept across Lu Ming and Ouyang Xianxia, and a sinister look suddenly flashed in his eyes. His body turned into a golden light and rushed toward Lu Ming, then he threw a punch at him. The Supreme Holy Sun had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Lu Ming. Furthermore, his first move was a killing move. If Lu Ming was hit by this move, he would at least be seriously injured or even crippled. The Supreme Holy Sun was still extremely afraid of Lu Ming. In his opinion, although Lu Ming's current ability was not as good as his, the speed of his improvement was too fast. At this rate, it would not be long before Lu Ming surpassed him. The reason why Supreme Move and the others had called for this meeting in advance to decide on the Zongzi position was entirely because they were afraid of Lu Ming. They were afraid that Lu Ming would surpass the Supreme Holy Sun in the future. This feeling made the Supreme Holy Sun extremely uncomfortable. In the past, he had always been high and mighty, suppressing the other holy sons and holy daughters. The other holy sons and holy virgins seemed to be just a foil to his existence. However, Lu Ming's radiance was about to surpass his. This made him extremely jealous of Lu Ming. He would not allow any Heaven's Pride expert to be stronger than him to exist in the Kongxian sect, nor would he allow anyone to be more talented than him. If there were, he would get rid of them. Therefore, the Supreme Holy Sun seized the opportunity to attack Lu Ming and cripple him in one move. Paragon Universe, you're despicable! Ouyang Xianxia shouted. Lu Ming was still fighting with the Saint's son Jixia. They had not completely defeated the Saint's son, but the Supreme Saint had already attacked Lu Ming. He was simply despicable. At this moment, Ouyang Xianxia attacked without thinking. She used all her strength and turned into a beam of sword light. She appeared between Lu Ming and the Supreme Saint. Then she used the rest of her strength to set up a layer of defense. However, at the crucial moment, Ouyang Xianxia did not gather much power. How could she block the Supreme Saint's attack? Boom! The Supreme Holy Sun's golden fist force landed on Ouyang Xianxia's body and broke through her defenses. The violent force landed heavily on her body. Ouyang Xianxia was sent flying, and her blood splattered in the air. Fragrant! Ouyang Xianxia's grandfather caught her, and his powerful divine power continuously flowed into her body. Ouyang Xianxia's face was deathly pale, and it was obvious that she was severely injured. Supreme Universe, die! Lu Ming shouted in anger. The divine power that exploded was stronger. The spear's light was like a mountain, shaking the sky and earth. It whipped Saint Sun Jixia's body and sent him flying off the fighting ring. In this way, the sacred Sun of Reflection and the other three were all defeated, leaving only 3 people in Lu Ming's group. There were still 4 Supreme Holy Sons. Boom! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. His cold killing intent erupted without any restraint. Despicable! Lu Ming said coldly. Umph! The Supreme Holy Sun snorted coldly and stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The Supreme Holy Sun's 3 subordinates appeared beside him and stood in a line. Kong Chong and Lu Jie appeared beside Lu Ming, glaring at the Supreme Holy Sun. The situation has been settled. One of the elders shook his head. It seems like the Supreme Saint will definitely win this time. There's no more suspense. The Supreme Holy Sun will become a Zongzi. This is completely within my expectations. It's a good thing I've already joined the Supreme Holy Sun, huh? The scene was noisy. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The other Holy Sons and Holy Virgins factions all had unsightly expressions, while those from the Supreme Holy Sons faction were ecstatic. They all thought that the situation was already set. Lu Ming and the other 2 were the only ones left. They were no match for the Supreme Holy Sun. Lu Ming, do you still want to continue fighting? I think you'd better get out of the fighting ring on your own, or I'll have to make a move. The Supreme Holy Sun said coldly, looking at Lu Ming with disdain. I'll get off the fighting stage as well. However, it'll make you kneel in front of me before I get off the fighting stage. Lu Ming said coldly. You want me to kneel before you? Ha! The Supreme Holy Sun laughed crazily. After a few laughs, his expression changed to one of ferocity. Originally, I could have let you off if you rolled off the fighting ring yourself. But I've changed my mind. I want you to kneel in front of me and lick my shoes. The Supreme Holy Sun said coldly, and the aura on his body became even more violent. Bang! Bang! The Supreme Holy Sun walked out step by step. His entire body was covered in golden divine power, looking extraordinary and mighty. The violent aura kept pressing down on Lu Ming and the other 2. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Lu Ming stood there unmoving. However, Kong Chong and Lu Jie could not resist and retreated continuously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. The Supreme Vajra, Kang Chong, Lu Jia, both of you retreat to the edge of the fighting ring. At this moment, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Kang Chong and Lu Jia. What? The two of them were stunned. You guys retreat to the edge of the fighting ring. Leave this to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of you guys when the battle starts. Lu Ming said. This, Kang Chong and Lu Jie hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They moved and arrived at the edge of Zhan Tian. They knew that given their abilities, they could not help Lu Ming at all. Instead, they would only drag him down. Hee, Lu Ming, it seems like you're really confident in your ability to fight me alone. The Supreme Holy Sun glanced at Kang Chong and Lu Jie and sneered. Then he suddenly took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch. Boom. The golden fist force seemed to have split the void in half. It was as huge as a small mountain and was crushing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still in the form of the green-armored ancient god. With a shake of his long spear, he pressed down on the Supreme Holy Sun with the force of Mount Tai. In the process of suppressing it, Lu Ming's cultivation exploded to the limit of the 9th stage True God realm. Boom! The spear and the golden fist force collided in the void, creating a deafening boom and scattering the energy in all directions. The two of them triggered countless tiny spear lights and chi, which bombarded the fighting ring. The fighting ring shook violently, and runes appeared on it, forming a large array to block all the chi. However, everyone's eyes were wide open. Through the light that filled the sky, they watched every move on the field. Buzz! Buzz! In the light that filled the sky, the two figures trembled and staggered back. Lu Ming and the Supreme Holy Sun both retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated more, while the Supreme Holy Sun retreated less. However, this scene still caused a huge uproar. People were shocked. Lu Ming could actually resist the Supreme Holy Sun and force him to retreat. This was something that the other Holy Suns could not do. Lu Ming's cultivation base is at the peak of True God. He's been hiding his abilities. He is indeed at the peak of True God realm. When he was fighting with the Holy Sun Jixia, he only revealed his cultivation of the 8th tier of True God realm. Now, when he is facing the Supreme Holy Sun, he only revealed his cultivation of the peak of the 9th tier of True God realm. But, even if he's at the peak of the 9th stage of True God realm, his combat power is too terrifying. You should know that the Supreme Holy Sun's cultivation is at the 6th stage of Celestial Deity realm. The scene was in an uproar, and the Supreme Holy Sun's face turned grave. Lu Ming, so you've been hiding your cultivation level. But this is your limit. You're dreaming if you think you can fight me with this level of cultivation. Supreme Divine Fist. The Supreme Saint let out a long howl and waved his fists. The speed at which he swung his fists was much slower than before. It was as if he was pushing a mountain. However, a loud rumbling sound could be heard in the void. It was as if the entire void was being pushed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could feel a few terrifying fist forces pressing down on him. Divine Dragon Phenomenon. Lu Ming's hands moved at an alarming speed. 2 9-clawed divine dragons appeared in the sky. They were 10,000 meters long and looked very lifelike. However, in the next moment, another 9-clawed divine dragon was formed next to the two. The third one. At that moment, Lu Ming had broken through his limit. In such a state, he had actually condensed the third divine dragon phenomenon. 3 9-clawed divine dragons that were 10,000 meters long pounced toward the Supreme Holy Sun. It's the Tianhong Saint Sun's divine dragon materialization technique. As soon as the divine dragon phenomenon appeared, it was recognized. It's really the Tianhong Saint Sun's divine dragon materialization art. Lu Ming can actually cultivate the divine dragon materialization art. He actually has the divine dragon bloodline in his body. The scariest thing is that he's much stronger than the Tianhong Saint Sun. The Tianhong Saint Sun has only condensed a 6-clawed divine dragon, while the Lu Ming Saint Sun has condensed a 9-clawed divine dragon, and 3 of them at that. Terrifying. He's simply unfathomable. Everyone present was deeply shocked. Break! The Supreme Holy Sun let out a long roar and pushed his fist force, constantly bombarding the 3 divine dragons. Another terrifying tremor erupted in the sky. The 3 9-clawed divine dragons and the Supreme Holy Sun let out a deafening roar that seemed to be able to split the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In such an intense confrontation, Lu Ming also used the 3 apocalyptic strikes to attack the Supreme Holy Sun with all his might. The terrifying spear radiance was aimed at the Supreme Holy Sun's vital parts. At the same time, the 9 ice chains would also try to wrap around the Supreme Holy Sun. It could be said that Lu Ming had used all his means. Their cooperation was flawless, and their destructive power was shocking. For a moment, he was actually on par with the Supreme Holy Sun. Lu Ming's abilities have become stronger. The sacred Sun of Reflection's face was extremely dark. Lu Ming's current combat strength had already surpassed his. If he were to fight Lu Ming, he would most likely be no match for him. The others were also silent. Lu Ming's abilities had far exceeded everyone's expectations. He could totally compete with the Supreme Saint. Divine-grade divine energy. The divine energy that Lu Ming controls is definitely divine-grade divine energy. Someone muttered, "Of course, I don't need you to tell me that. It must be divine-grade divine power. However, divine-grade divine power can't be this strong. With the cultivation of peak true God, he can fight with the Supreme Holy Sun. Secret skill. He must have mastered some amazing secret skill to increase his combat strength. It's so terrifying. I can see that he has already used several secret skills. He's definitely an unparalleled genius. It's a pity that he's given too little time. If he were given a few more years, the Supreme Holy Sun would definitely not be his match." Many people were convinced by Lu Ming's combat strength. At the same time, they could also guess why the person behind the Supreme Holy Sun had proposed to compete for the Zongzi position. They must be afraid of Lu Ming. The supreme martial artist's expression was ugly. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more fearful he was. Qian Kun still has a trump card that he hasn't used. This time, Qian Kun will definitely win. Grandmaster Dong coldly snorted in his heart. At that moment, the Supreme Holy Sun let out a long howl. "Lu Ming, you're not weak at all. You're qualified to see my ultimate move, Supreme Vajra." Die. The Supreme Saint Sun roared. His body burst out with even more dazzling golden light and started to swell. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Holy Sun's body had grown to 200 meters tall. His entire body was golden, like an ancient invincible giant. This was one of the Supreme Holy Sun's strongest secret techniques. When he transformed into the legendary Supreme Vajra, his combat strength would skyrocket. Originally, Lu Ming had transformed into a green-armored ancient god and was 100 meters tall. But now, the Supreme Holy Sun's Supreme King Kong was twice as tall as Lu Ming. It's the secret ancient technique of the Supreme Clan, the Supreme Vajra. I heard that the Supreme Saint Clan's ancient secret technique, the Supreme King Kong, is extremely difficult to cultivate. No one from the Supreme Clan has successfully cultivated it for many years. I didn't expect that the Supreme Saint Sun would be able to successfully cultivate it. His talent is indeed amazing. Many people around the fighting ring exclaimed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Suppressing the Supreme Holy Sun, crush them. The Supreme Holy Sun roared. His fist was as heavy as a mountain, and it was aimed at Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming saw a huge golden fist pressing down from the sky. The entire space shook violently. Lu Ming let out a roar that sounded like the roar of an ancient god and swept his spear out. Clang! The long spear and the Supreme Holy Sun's golden fist collided. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions like water ripples. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook violently as if it was about to be shattered. Lu Ming's 100-meter-tall body trembled and he retreated continuously. Thump. Boom! The 100-meter-tall body stepped on the fighting ring with a loud bang. The fighting ring kept shaking. Lu Ming had to take more than a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming, you're defeated. Kneel down. The Supreme Holy Sun roared and looked down at Lu Ming. His huge fists pressed down on Lu Ming, trying to force him to kneel on the ground. Do you think you're the only one who can get bigger? Get bigger too. Get bigger. Get bigger. Lu Ming shouted and his body rapidly grew in size. Lu Ming's body turned into 200 meters tall and the scales all over his body turned green. Lu Ming didn't hold back any longer and immediately turned into a green-armored ancient god. Boom! The spear struck out and clashed with the Supreme Holy Sun. The sky trembled and the two figures retreated. The two of them both retreated a dozen steps. What? Holy Sun Lu Ming was still holding back earlier. It's really too shocking. Lu Ming's transformation into a green-armored ancient god shocked even more people. Initially, everyone thought that Lu Ming had already reached his limit and could not be any stronger. However, Lu Ming did not seem to have any confidence. As his opponents grew stronger, so did he. The Supreme Holy Sun used the secret technique, Supreme Vajra, and turned into a 200-meter-tall giant. Lu Ming had also transformed into the green-armored ancient god. Damn it! The Supreme Saint roared, his heart trembling. His eyes were filled with fear. Yes, he was deeply shocked by Lu Ming's endless means. He was also afraid. No, I must win today. I must kill this brat. I must kill him. The Supreme Holy Sun roared in his heart, and his eyes revealed a ferocious look. Initially, he was not supposed to kill his opponent in this match. However, he did not care anymore. He had to kill Lu Ming no matter what. With his backing, so what if he killed Lu Ming? Who would punish him for a dead man? Kill! The Supreme Holy Sun roared and waved his fists, charging toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He charged at the Supreme Holy Sun as well. The two huge figures collided and fought each other. The two of them used all their strength to suppress each other. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought on the fighting ring, and then they fought from the fighting ring to the sky. This battle lasted for more than 100 moves. Bang! The Supreme Saint punched Lu Ming's shoulder and penetrated it. Green scales and flesh flew everywhere. However, Lu Ming's long spear had also pierced the Supreme Holy Sun's abdomen, directly piercing through his abdomen and blasting a huge hole. Tragic! The battle was extremely intense. From the start of the battle until now, both of them knew that their combat strength was equal. Only by fighting head-on could they have a chance of winning. It was to see who was more ruthless and had a stronger will. The two of them didn't care about their injuries. Before they could recover, they started fighting again. Next, both of them were hit, and their injuries worsened. However, the two of them didn't care. In their eyes, there was only one goal, and that was to defeat their opponents. Lu Ming. At the side of the fighting ring, Ouyang Xianxia, Yu Linglong, and the others were watching nervously, their hands tightly clasped together. They naturally hoped that Lu Ming would win. Meanwhile, the Supreme Being and the supporters of the Supreme Saint were also very nervous and hoped that the Supreme Saint would win. Therefore, most of them held their breath and stared at the two figures, waiting for the final result. Damn it, this kid actually has such strong strength. The more the Supreme Saint fought, the more shocked he became. Lu Ming's strength, patience, and ruthlessness had all exceeded his expectations. I will definitely win. My cultivation is at the 6th level of the celestial deity realm, and my divine power is strong and condensed. He, on the other hand, is only at the peak of the true God realm. I don't believe that I can't beat him with my divine power. I will exhaust him to death. The Supreme Holy Sun thought to himself. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming had the measure formula on him, and he had stored a large amount of divine power. He was not afraid of anyone. The two of them exchanged more than 200 moves. At this point, the Supreme Holy Sun's divine power was gradually losing, while Lu Ming was still as lively as a dragon and a tiger. This is bad. Lu Ming is a monster. If this goes on, Chen Kun will be defeated. I must stop him. The Grandmaster felt a sense of foreboding in his heart, and then he roared, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, the Supreme Holy Sun wanted to retreat and stop the battle. However, Lu Ming would not let him retreat so easily. Lu Ming quickly followed, his long spear constantly stabbing at the Supreme Holy Sun, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, a ferocious look flashed in the Supreme Being's eyes. A powerful aura erupted from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming and the Supreme Holy Sun. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, I told you to back off. Did you not hear me?" However, just as the Supreme Martial Artist's aura was about to burst out, Ouyang Qingxiang's grandfather also moved. He burst out with his aura and cancelled out the Supreme Martial Artist's aura. Therefore, Lu Ming's figure only paused for a moment before he continued to attack the Supreme Holy Sun. The autarchs are moving? What are you doing? They're having a competition, and no one has the right to interfere in the process. Ouyang Xianxiang's grandfather, Yuya, coldly said, "Who said I wanted to interfere? I just have something to announce." The Supreme Martial Artist said, "What's the matter? Just tell me." Yuya said coldly, "Today's battle was too brutal. The two of them are still in a draw and both of them are seriously injured. It won't be good for them if this continues. I suggest that we end it with a draw today and fight another day to prevent them from hurting their origin energy." The Supreme Martial Artist said. His eyes glowed with a cunning light. As long as they stopped fighting now, he would have a way to let the Supreme Holy Sun win the next time. He could even make Lu Ming disappear forever so that he would not be able to compete with the Supreme Holy Sun. Ah, what a joke. Old man, you're too shameless. Everyone can see that the Supreme Universe's divine power is running out and he's about to lose, but you actually said it was a draw and said it was for our own good. I spit on you, you're so shameless. Lu Ming was really angry and he cursed. He had seen many shameless people, and Supreme Movement was definitely in the top 5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Kneel down, Lu Ming, what did you say? What did you just say? Jizun Dong was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His hair and beard were standing on end, and his eyes were burning with rage. Lu Ming actually dared to scold him in front of so many people. This made him furious and he wished he could slap Lu Ming to death. Not only are you shameless, but you also have bad hearing. Didn't you hear me when I said you're shameless? Lu Ming did not give the Supreme Being any face and directly mocked him. There was no need for Lu Ming to give face to such a shameless person. Brat, you don't know your place. You're simply going against your superior. They'll kill you. The Supreme Martial Artist roared in anger and slapped Lu Ming. Jizun Dong was a divine king, and his strength was astonishing. With a palm strike, the entire sky darkened, and a palm print covered the sun. However, Yuya was constantly watching the movements of the Supreme Martial Artist. As soon as the Supreme Martial Artist moved, Yuya also made his move. A beam of sword light soared into the sky and slashed towards the palm print of the Supreme Martial Artist. The palm print was directly split apart, and the sword light and the palm print turned invisible. Yuya, what are you doing? This kid is lawless and arrogant. I want to kill him and you want to stop me? Supreme Martial Artist Dong roared. Nonsense. Lu Ming is right. You're so shameless. Can I scold you? In my opinion, he did a good job scolding them, and he enjoyed it. What crime is there to be guilty of? Yuya laughed coldly. The Grandmaster was furious. However, this time, those senior statesmen who had previously helped the Supreme Martial Artist did not stand up to help him. Supreme Being Dong was indeed a little shameless. Did he think that the others were fools? It was obvious that Supreme Universe was no match for him and was at a disadvantage. It was simply too shameless for him to announce a draw. The other doyens would never do such a thing. Without any help, the Supreme Martial Artist could no longer do anything. At this time, The battle between Lu Ming and the Supreme Saint was still ongoing. However, Lu Ming had already gained the upper hand. The more they fought, the more the Supreme Saint's divine power was consumed, and it was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. However, Lu Ming's attacks were still as fierce as before, like a storm. Bang! Lu Ming's spear swept across the Supreme Being's body. Half of the Supreme Being's body exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Supreme Martial Artist Dong staggered backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body rapidly shrunk to the size of a normal person. He had used up a lot of his divine power and was severely injured. He could no longer maintain his Supreme Vajra body. Now that he had returned to the size of a normal person, his abilities were much weaker and he was no match for Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear pressed down like a mountain range. The Supreme Being used all his strength to resist, but the outcome was already decided. As the spear pressed down, the Supreme Martial Artist's body trembled. "Kneel down!" Lu Ming shouted. His divine power gushed toward the spear like a tide, making the spear extremely heavy and constantly pressing down on the Supreme Martial Artist. "No!" the Supreme Saint shouted hysterically. He did not want to kneel, but he could not resist Lu Ming's suppression. Bang! The Supreme Holy Son's body trembled, and he knelt on the ground. "CSI!" gasps rang out in the crowd. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. The Supreme Saint had actually knelt down. He was suppressed by another person and knelt on the ground in front of everyone. If one did not witness this scene with their own eyes, it would be hard for one to believe it. The Supreme Holy Son could be said to be the legend of this generation in the Kong Xian sect. He was the strongest prodigy and was considered the best candidate for the future sect leader. He was a figure who could compete with the prodigies of the three overlord forces. But now, such a figure had been defeated by someone, and the person who had defeated him was a new disciple. All of this was simply a legend. "Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you, die." The Supreme Saint's son howled madly. His eyes were blood red as he struggled madly, exuding a terrifying killing intent. "You're just a loser, you're looking for death," Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and beams of spear radiance burst out, piercing the Supreme Holy Son's body, adding to his injuries. At the same time, the spear in his hand continued to press down, pressing the Supreme Saint's son to the ground like a toad. Buzz! Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and came before the Supreme Holy Son. His body began to shrink to the size of a normal person and he stepped on the Supreme Holy Son's face. The Supreme Saint roared madly. This was a great humiliation, and it was even worse than killing him. He was stepped on by Lu Ming in public. "Lu Ming, that's enough." The Grandmaster roared in anger, his eyes revealing a cold, killing intent. If Yu Wuya had not stopped him, he would have already killed Lu Ming. "Old man, you have no right to speak." "That's right, didn't you say just now that if I were to defeat Universe Master, your name would be written in reverse? Now, what should you be called?" Lu Ming sneered and mocked. "Ha, not bad. Supreme Move." "No, I can't call you Supreme Move now. I should call you Supreme Move." "Haha, this name is really awkward. However, it suits you quite well." Yu Wuya laughed out loud, extremely carefree. "You guys," the Supreme Martial Artist's face was flushed red, and he could not wait to grind Lu Ming's bones into dust. "Alright, that's all for this competition." Right at this moment, the calm voice of the Dragon Boat Mountain rang out. Previously, Dragon Boat Mountain had been watching coldly from the side. Now that everything was over, they finally stood up and spoke. Dragon Boat Mountain spoke. Supreme Movement and Yu Wuya coldly looked at each other, snorted, and retreated. "Get lost." Lu Ming chuckled and kicked the Supreme Holy Son in the face, sending him flying. Lu Ming was the only one left on the fighting ring. "Alright, according to the rules, Lu Ming is the winner of this round," Dragon Boat Mountain announced. "Alright." At the side of the fighting ring, some people were cheering loudly. They all belonged to Lu Ming's faction and Ouyang Qingxiang's faction. Especially Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng and the others, they shouted especially loudly and were very excited. The people from the Supreme Saint Sun's faction, the Floating Light Saint Sun's faction, the Jixia Saint Sun's faction, the Yen Kong Saint Sun's faction, and the Shuatan Saint Daughter's faction all looked terrible. Some people had gloomy expressions, some were sighing, and some were already thinking about how to seek new support. According to the previous rules, Lu Ming was the one who helped Ouyang Qingxiang in the contest. Therefore, since Ouyang Qingxiang is the winner this time, I hereby announce that Ouyang Qingxiang is the future Zongzi and my successor. The Dragon Boat's mountain announced once again. The scene suddenly fell silent as everyone's eyes were focused on Ouyang Qingxiang. Congratulations, Ouyang Zongzi. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring and cupped his fists. Congratulations, Ouyang Zongzi. Then, those from Ouyang Qingxiang's faction and Lu Ming's faction congratulated Ouyang Qingxiang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Dragon Boat Mountain's goal. As for the other factions, they unwillingly congratulated Ouyang Qingxiang. After the congratulations, Dragon Boat Mountain announced that they would hold a conferment ceremony for Ouyang Qingxiang, and the entire sect celebrated. As for Zhi Zundong and the others, they had already left with the Supreme Saint Sun. The title ceremony lasted for 3 days before it ended. After this incident, Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. It had even surpassed the Zongzi, Ouyang Qingxiang. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was very talented. Even if he was not a Zongzi, he would definitely be the true overlord of Kong Xian sect in the future. Even if Ouyang Qingxiang really became the sect leader, her influence would not be higher than Lu Ming's. Therefore, in the days that followed, a large number of people began to join Lu Ming's faction. Although Lu Ming did not become a Zongzi, the power of his sect grew stronger and stronger. Of course, there were also many who sided with Ouyang Xianxia. After all, she was a Zongzi who would be in charge of the Kong Xian sect in the future. In just half a year, a large number of people had sought refuge with Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingxiang. Many of these people belonged to the other Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. The two's forces had skyrocketed and had far surpassed the Supreme Holy Sun and the Transient Light Holy Sun. Just like that, another few years passed. These few years, Lu Ming had been focused on cultivation and polishing his foundation. It was worth mentioning that Qiu Yu's progress was lightning fast. She had broken through 2 realms in a row and was not far from the 9th stage of True God. As for Qiu, ever since it had devoured the bronze altar fragment in the ancient god world, it had been in a deep sleep and had not woken up. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, runes appeared on his body. They were densely packed and slithered around his body like small snakes. Dark Dragon Blood Curse, is Dragon Boat Mountain summoning me? Lu Ming frowned. The Dark Dragon Blood Curse had always been a big issue in his heart. Senior Bone Demon, you still haven't thought of a way to break the Dark Dragon Blood Curse? Lu Ming consulted the Bone Demon. A few years ago, Lu Ming had asked the Bone Demon for advice on how to break the Dark Dragon Blood Curse. However, the Bone Demon did not give him any effective methods. It's difficult. This Dark Dragon Blood Curse is extremely mysterious. The sect leader of your Kong Xian sect is definitely not ordinary. I'm afraid he has a big secret on him. Bone Demon's figure appeared on the scroll. Is there really no other way? Lu Ming muttered. It's a pity that I don't have any cultivation at all right now. Otherwise, I would have a way. Besides, I don't know the purpose of the Dragon Boat's blood curse on you. If I knew his purpose, I could also prescribe the right medicine and come up with a way to break it. Bone said. Lu Ming nodded. The only thing they could do now was to wait. After a while, the Dark Dragon Blood Curse on his body gradually faded away. At this moment, someone came to Lu Ming's courtyard. Holy Son Lu Ming, the sect master has invited you? The person who had just arrived was an inner court elder, and his voice was transmitted into the courtyard. All right. Lu Ming walked out of the courtyard, nodded, and followed the old man. Not long after, he came to a large hall and the old man retreated. In the main hall, the Dragon Boat Mountain was waiting. Once Lu Ming arrived, the dragon boats sized him up carefully. The more they sized him up, the more satisfied they were. Dragon Boat Mountain, why did you ask someone to look for me? Lu Ming asked with a sullen face. He didn't have a good attitude towards Dragon Boat Mountain. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ming, the speed of your improvement has exceeded my expectations. Good, very good. Dragon Boat Mountain nodded repeatedly. You didn't ask me to come just to praise me, did you? Lu Ming said coldly. Of course not. What I want to say is that your cultivation speed is still too slow. Now, I'll give you 10 years. Within 10 years, you must reach the heavenly god realm. Otherwise, it'll activate the dark dragon blood curse and kill you. Do you understand? Dragon Boat Mountain suddenly said with a cold expression. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. His cultivation speed was already extremely shocking, but the dragon boat's master still thought that he was slow and wanted him to break through to the heavenly god stage within 10 years. This was almost impossible. From true god realm to celestial god realm, there was a huge gap. Countless people were blocked on this gap, unable to cross it in their lifetime. Even some geniuses would need a long time to break through, as well as luck. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm in 10 years' time was virtually something impossible. How is it possible to break through to the heavenly god level in 10 years? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, this is your only option. If you can't do it, you'll die. Dragon Boat Mountain sneered. Creak. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. If not for the fact that he was not a match for the Dragon Boat Mountain, he would have killed them on the spot. Lu Ming, find out the reason why he placed the dark dragon blood curse on you. At this moment, the bone demon's voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's spiritual sense. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it on his face. He looked coldly at the dragon boats and said, Dragon Boat Mountain, what's your purpose in casting the dark dragon blood curse on me? You don't need to know about this. Dragon Boat Mountain waved his hand. Dragon Boat Mountain, you don't dare to tell me your goal. I reckon that your goal is to harm me. If my guess is correct, after I break through to the heavenly deity stage, it will be of great use to you. As for me, it's very likely that I'll die. I'm going to die anyway. Rather than waiting to be used by you to death, I might as well be killed by you now so that I won't fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly. You dare! Dragon Boat Mountain coldly shouted. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just die. Lu Ming shouted loudly, and a violent aura burst out from his body. He looked like he was going to fight to the death with the dragon boat. All right, I'll tell you. Dragon Boat Mountain frowned and raised his hand. A powerful force dispersed Lu Ming's aura as he spoke coldly. Lu Ming's aura descended. Lu Ming, you're right. After you've broken through to the heavenly god level, I do need your help. There's no harm in telling you, I placed the dark dragon blood curse on you to nurture it. The stronger your cultivation is, the stronger the dark dragon blood curse will be. When you break through to the celestial god realm, the dark dragon blood curse in your body will be extremely powerful. I can use it to break a formation. Dragon Boat Mountain said. What formation? Lu Ming continued asking. Dragon Boat Mountain frowned, but he soon smiled and said, Rising Dragon Array. All right, I've told you everything I need to tell you. Go on and work hard. Remember, you only have 10 years. If you can't break through to the heavenly god realm in 10 years, there's no point in keeping you alive. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then turned around and left. As they watched Lu Ming leave, the Dragon Boat Mountain's eyes flashed with ferocity. Kid, you want to know my goal and find a way to break it? However, what's the use of knowing my purpose? Hurry up and break through. When you reach the heavenly god realm, I'll regain my freedom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2878 Searching for Materials. The dragon boat's sinister laughter reverberated in the Great Hall. Lu Ming had already left the Great Hall and quickly returned to his residence. Senior Bone Demon, do you know of the Rising Dragon Array? Lu Ming asked the bone demon as soon as he came back. Of course I know the rising dragon array. Haha, so it's the rising dragon array. I know what that kid is going to do. Bone laughed. Senior Bone Demon, do you know the true purpose of the Dragon Boat Mountain? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked. That's right. If I'm not wrong, the reason why the Dragon Boat Mountain placed the Dark Dragon Blood Curse in your body was to use you to refine the Dark Dragon Blood Curse and then use it to save someone who was trapped in the Rising Dragon formation. And I'm guessing that your sect master is no longer the real person. Bone said, It's not the real person? Lu Ming was surprised. That's right. His own soul has probably been destroyed long ago. Now, his body is occupied by someone else. If I'm not wrong, the person who occupied his body is the existence trapped by the Rising Dragon Array. He wants to use you to escape and regain his freedom. Once he succeeds, you will also die. Bone analyzed the situation clearly, as if he had seen through everything. It's actually like this. Lu Ming was stunned by the Bone Demon's analysis. Unexpectedly, the real Dragon Boat Mountain had already died long ago. The current Dragon Boat Mountain was only in existence whose body had been occupied by someone else. As expected, he didn't have good intentions. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The Dragon Boat Mountain's goal was indeed to sacrifice him to save him. Senior Bone Demon, do you have any countermeasures? Lu Ming asked. Since I know his goal, I naturally have a plan to deal with it. We still have 10 years. Lu Ming, do as I say. First, we need to buy some materials and refine an array disc. Then we'll fight him. The Bone Demon said. Then, a series of material names appeared in Lu Ming's mind. These materials, Lu Ming was stunned. He had not heard of many of the materials that the Bone Demon had mentioned. Kid, hurry up and get these materials. Bone said. Lu Ming nodded and left the place. He also left Kong Xian sect and headed towards Planet Thousand Spirits. Myriad Spirit Star was the gathering place of the entire Qin Tian Starfield's Chamber of Commerce. All kinds of strange materials could be bought here. After arriving on Planet Thousand Spirits, Lu Ming finally bought most of the materials he needed after many inquiries. However, there were still 3 kinds of materials that he had not bought. These 3 materials were extremely rare and precious. The 3 materials were the 9-clawed Divine Dragon's Bone, the Evil Energy Stone, and the Desolate Chaotic Grass. The bone of a 9-clawed Divine Dragon? Where can we find it? Senior 9 Dragon has long passed away. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. I wonder if the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron contains the bones of a 9-clawed Divine Dragon? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron had been forged by the 9 dragons and the Ancestral Dragon with all their strength. It was just a little bit away from being promoted to a divine artifact, and was the natal magic weapon of the 9 dragons. Natal Dharma treasures were usually forged from one's own flesh, blood, and bones in order to display their strongest power. Back in the Heaven Realm, the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron had been of great help to Lu Ming. However, ever since Lu Ming came to the primeval universe, his combat strength had skyrocketed. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was no longer of any use to him. However, Lu Ming had never thrown it away. Instead, he had kept it. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron flew out from a storage ring. Senior Bone Demon, take a look at these 9 cauldrons. Do they contain the bones of a 9-clawed Divine Dragon? Lu Ming consulted the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and stopped above the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. It studied it carefully. That's right. The 9 cauldrons contain the bones of the 9-clawed True Dragon. The bones of the 9-clawed Divine Dragon are the foundation of the 9 cauldrons. Bone nodded. It really is. Lu Ming was also very surprised. He had only been guessing before, but he didn't expect it to come true. One could imagine that the 9 dragons had paid a huge price in order to refine this huge cauldron, and they had actually used their own bone armor to forge it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In this case, Lu Ming was only left with 2 of the 3 most difficult materials to find. Lu Ming came to a place that was specially used to gather information. After some inquiries and paying a high price, Lu Ming finally found out the whereabouts of the last two materials. The evil profound stone is in an evil clan in the rushing void galaxy. I'll go to that clan first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, Lu Ming took the teleportation array and rushed to the rushing void galaxy. On the surface, the Luo family of the virtual galaxy was a normal cultivation family. However, they were actually an evil family. Their cultivation technique was extremely evil. They specialized in digging out the eyes of other cultivators to cultivate their evil technique. Lu Ming had also paid a huge price to find out this information from the organization that was investigating. Such a family doesn't need to exist anymore. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. After a long journey, Lu Ming arrived at the Luo family's residence. Boom! Lu Ming appeared in the sky above the Luo family's residence, his vast aura erupting. Who dares to appear in the sky above my Luo family? With a loud shout, a few strong men flew out. These few brawny men had peak true god cultivation bases. When they saw that Lu Ming was also peak true god cultivation bases, they instantly revealed ferocious expressions. Kid, or you tell me the truth, or you won't be able to leave. One of the burly men shouted. He stared at Lu Ming's eyes with an evil and greedy look. He wanted to dig out Lu Ming's eyeballs to cultivate. The person who will kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, a violent divine power surged towards the other party. Lu Ming's divine power was extremely strong. To the few burly men, it was simply a perilous situation. The divine power crushed over and the few burly men screamed in pain. Their bodies were crushed by Lu Ming's divine power and finally turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. He was also at the peak of true god. However, the other peak true gods were like ants in front of Lu Ming. How dare you kill my Luo family's people? A mere true god realm, you're looking for death. Kill him. At this moment, the entire Luo family was in an uproar. Powerful auras shot up into the sky. Powerful figures rushed up into the sky and headed for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He had long inquired about it. In the Luo family, the strongest was only a 4th-level celestial deity. There were only about 30 heavenly god-level powerhouses in total. Lu Ming did not take them to heart at all. Ancient god body. Lu Ming roared. He used his ancient god body and turned into a giant ancient god, charging at the Luo family experts. As the long spear was swung, a large number of Luo family experts exploded and died on the spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. The desolate mountains. The Luo family's experts were completely vulnerable to Lu Ming. A moment later, Lu Ming left the Luo residence with a cold expression on his face. The Luo residence had already turned into a sea of fire and had been trampled flat. All the experts of the Luo family had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to this evil family. In the Luo family's core treasury, Lu Ming successfully found an evil eye stone. The evil eye stone was the Luo family's clan treasure, and it was easy to find. In this way, only the last type of desolate grass was left. The desolate grass was found in the desolate mountain range where the Stellar River was. This was an extremely special mountain range. This mountain range wasn't located on a certain planet. Instead, it was the entire mountain range, floating in the universe. The mountain range was incomparably huge, and there were extremely terrifying domains on it. No matter what creature entered, it would be difficult for them to fly and would suffer great pressure. However, the desolate mountains were rich in resources and had many precious divine herbs. The desolate grass was an extremely rare and precious divine grass. Even in the desolate mountain range, it was very rare and valuable. It was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Therefore, many cultivators would come here to explore and search for treasures. Lu Ming sat on the starry sky warship and flew in the vast starry sky. A huge mountain range appeared in front of him. From a distance, it looked like a giant dragon was circling in the universe. The vast universe is truly wondrous, Lu Ming sighed. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there were streams of light flying toward the desolate mountains from other directions like meteors. Of course, these weren't meteors, but experts. Some of them sat on the space battleships, while others flew. To be able to use one's body to travel through the universe, one had to be at least a heavenly god. Buzz. All of a sudden, a figure flew rapidly from behind Lu Ming's warship. It was a burly man. He was very strong and muscular. He had a ferocious look. Get lost, you're just like an ant. Don't block the way. When the burly man passed by Lu Ming, he struck his palm at Lu Ming's interplanetary warship. Thump. The Starry Sky battleship was hit, and it trembled violently before flying out. Ah, the burly man laughed, glanced at Lu Ming in disdain, and then left. In his opinion, a person on an interplanetary warship was most likely below the level of a heavenly god. He didn't care at all. This guy. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he watched the burly man leave. In the end, he did not make a move. He continued to control the starship and flew towards the desolate mountain range. Why are there so many people? Lu Ming sized up his surroundings and revealed a strange look. Outside the huge desolate mountain range, there were many experts of different races floating in the air. The number was shocking. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. In the past, although there were people who came to the desolate mountain range to search for treasures, there were never this many people. As they neared the desolate mountains, Lu Ming left the Starry Sky battleship and floated in the starry sky. Senior, may I ask what happened here? Why are there so many people? Lu Ming came to the side of a white-haired elder and asked with cupped fists. The others were not too surprised. Stage 9 True God Realm experts could already stay in the universe for a period of time. However, they couldn't cross the universe and fly from one planet to another. You don't know. The old man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. There's no harm in telling you. Recently, I heard that the Heart of Desolation has appeared in the desolate mountain range. That's why so many people have been attracted here. These people are all here to find the Heart of Desolation. The old man smiled, looking very familiar. The Heart of Desolation? Lu Ming had a puzzled look on his face. He had never heard of the Heart of Desolation. The Heart of Desolation. There's actually a Heart of Desolation here. Ha! The heavens are on my side. No, the heavens are on your side. Lu Ming, you must get the Heart of Desolation. The Heart of Desolation can completely replace the desolation grass, and its effects are several times better. The formation discs refined from it will be even more powerful. That way, our chances of success will be greater. After hearing about the Heart of Desolation, Bone laughed out loud in excitement. It's actually several times better than the desolate grass. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with intense anticipation. He had to succeed in dealing with Dragon Boat Mountain this time. Therefore, he had to obtain the Heart of Desolation. Young man, there are a lot of experts here. I can see that you're only at the peak of True God Realm. How about we form a team and go into the desolate mountain range to explore? The old man suggested. Form a team? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. Look, the others are also forming teams. I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous to enter the mountain range alone. The old man pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked ahead. There were already many people entering the desolate mountain range. They were all in groups of 3 to 5. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. This elder's cultivation was only at the 3rd level celestial deity realm. Lu Ming did not think much of him. However, the desolate mountain range was extremely huge. If he were to search for the Heart of Desolation alone, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. If he were to form a team with others, at least the chances of finding the Heart of Desolation would be higher. That's great. Then let's find some more people and form a team to go in. The old man smiled and then went to greet the others. Not long after, the old man found another 6 people to form a team. The 6 of them were all at heavenly god-level cultivation. Lu Ming was the only true god level. Xianxia, why did you find a true god realm expert to go with us? If such a person goes in, wouldn't he be a burden to us? A woman in her 30s cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said unhappily. This woman had an extremely seductive look and an amazing figure. However, she had an arrogant look on her face and looked down on Lu Ming. This little brother is a friend of mine. Everyone, please give this old man some face and let this little brother come along. The old man's name was Xianxia, and he said with a smile. Since he's your friend, Xianxia, I can give him face. But I have to say this first. After entering the desolate mountain range, if we encounter any danger, I won't care about him. We can't be dragged down by a true god realm trash. The seductive woman said. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to argue with the other party. This woman was only a first-level celestial deity. Who knew what kind of mentality she had, looking down on a true god realm expert? The rest of them only cast an indifferent glance at Lu Ming and ignored him. To them, it was just a real god and they didn't need to care about him. If they were in danger, they could just abandon him. Good. Xianxia laughed apologetically. The group of 8 then flew towards the desolate mountain range. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.